Hello, everybody. So good to see you, Pop Culture Curator here, back with Tuesday night, which means our horror sci-fi stream. And it's so good to see you. I missed a lot of you guys. I know you're aware I wasn't able to do the Lost in Space stream last night. I was in the hospital having this stupid tube thing put in my chest for my chemo. So I had to be in the hospital because the operation. In fact, they didn't call me into the operation last night until like 8 p.m. So yeah, there was no way I could have made the stream. So I got the tube put in my chest last night, and then I had to hang around the hospital today until about 12. And then I had a 1 o'clock appointment where I had to walk across the way to the cancer treatment center, and I had what is it called, an MRI, CAT scan, whatever that thing where they put you in that big tube. So I got home. Yeah, I got home today just in time to get ready for the stream. So I'm hoping, and also apology out there to Jill if you can hear me. I'm sorry I couldn't make the TOS stream.
Oh, she totally understood. She understood.
It's too bad because this one, some of my favorite Star Trek TOS streams, ones where they filmed the exteriors either at Vasquez Rocks or at Bronson Canyon. So I wanted to be here with this one.
I thought this one was at a ranch.
I'd have to watch it again, but from the previews, it looked like Bronson Canyon.
They looked it up as at some ranch.
Oh, probably the same ranch where they covered the episode. The name slips me right now. But what's the name of the episode where Spock fell in love with the blonde lady because the plant shot the spores at him?
Oh,
that ranch, right? That's the ranch you're talking about. They also use that one a lot too. So that makes sense. But I have a feeling part of it was at the ranch because I know when I watched the preview for A Private Little War, some of it is definitely shot either at Vasquez Rocks or Bronson Canyon.
Yeah, this Night of Paradise is the episode you're thinking of.
Yes, and here's the way you could tell. When they're at the ranch, it's all green grass, green trees, everything looks lush. And when you're at Vasquez Rocks or Bronson Cave, it looks like you're like hills, foothills, dried grass and brush. And that's what you can clearly see in the commercial for A Private Little War, is what I just described, where it's all dried grass and brush out in the middle of the open on hills. And that is Vasquez Rocks or Bronson Cave. That ranch you're talking about, like I said, is mostly there's all green grass, green trees, lush flowers, and all that. You can definitely see the difference if you compare the two. Oh, and before we get off too much of a tangent, I wanted to say hello. I know we've got some people here from the chat who came in early. Hello, Sean. Greetings from Texas. So good to see you, Sean. I'm glad you could join us. And Sean Carter says, hello, Pop. Hope you're feeling okay. I'll be listening as much as I can. Sounds good, Pop. I mean, Sean, and I am. I'm feeling much better now. And I hope you could stick through as much as you can, as long as you can. And hello, Mad Scientist. Everybody say hello to Mad Scientist.
Good hey, Mad Scientist. And hey, Sean. And hey, Herc.
Yes, my very good friend, Mad Scientist. Herc 130, it's good to see you. Hey, Pop Culture and panel. Well, hey, Herc. Glad you're here. I think we're going to have a great night tonight. It looks like we're doing two classics in a row, both from 1954. Last week we did Forbidden Planet, and tonight we're doing them. Herc 130 says, hello, Sean Carter. And Herc says, Mad Scientist, great name. Yes, it is.
Yeah, where the hell's PvP? This is like favorite film. I expected him to take time off work for this. Jesus.
Who?
He forgot to call him sick.
Oh, man.
Right.
Never going to let him live it down.
It's a week night for him, so he probably won't make it here until about another couple hours. And Sean says, hey, Herc 130 again. Yeah, PvP is probably at work, so he probably, like here's for me, it's 6 o'clock Pacific. He probably won't be here. He usually gets here about 7:30 or 8 Pacific. I think he gets off around 7. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, I know he's seen this before, and he's been asking for it for a while. So hopefully,
he has
satiate his thirst. And I'll be covering, as well as usual, some behind the scenes trivia. The first thing I want to mention about this. When MIM began production in the fall of 1953, it was originally conceived to be in 3D and full color. During pre-production, test shots in color and 3D were made. A few color tests of the large-scale ant models were also made. But when it was time to shoot the 3D test, Warner Brothers, quote, all media 3D camera rig malfunctioned and no footage could be filmed. The next day, a memo was sent out that the color and 3D aspects of the production were to be scrapped. Widescreen black and white would now be the film's presentation format. So that's why you guys are going to notice that this is the way that there's a few things we'll point out. It's because they originally planned on shooting it in color and in 3D. Warner Brothers hoped to emulate the effective shock treatment effect of its previous science fiction thriller, The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. Ultimately, however, the film was never made in widescreen. So that's why you guys see that it's not in widescreen, because they envisioned it for 3D. Because of the preparation of certain scenes, many of the camera setups for 3D do remain in the film. Like the opening titles, which we will see when it says them, is in color. And towards the end, when we see the flamethrowers, we'll see where the guys with the flamethrowers are aiming them directly at the camera. So some of that did stay in the script, even though the movie was not shot in 3D. Although Warner Brothers was dissatisfied with the color results, the film's titles were presented in vivid red and blue against a black and white background to give the film's opening a dramatic punch. This effect was achieved by an Eastman color section spliced into each release print. And by the way, this ended up, it's too bad Warner was going to put a lot more money into it, Warner Brothers. But at the last minute, they start cutting money back because they didn't know it was going to do very well. And it ended up being one of the top money earners of 1954.
Yeah, but it has a certain charm to the way it is now. So I'm kind of happy it didn't.
Yes, I agree. It was just right. We didn't get too much of the monster. We got just enough where they didn't overdo it. And
Exactly.
got a lot of cameos by up-and-coming actors at the time. And there's several. I'll try to point out as many as I can. Sean says, Pop, if you check Twitter, you'll see the resin figures of the Robinson family that came in for the model. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, I saw the resin figures in the tubes and the B9 robot. That looks fantastic. I'm jealous, of course. I hate to say that, but once again, Sean, you made me jealous. And Sean says, I ordered Dr. Smith today. The resin figures will be painted and put in the freezing tube. Wow, I can't wait to see what they look like. And Sean,
hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim, so good to see you. Jim says hello.
Hello, Jim.
Everybody, please do check out Sean Carter's channel. He's a great model maker. Sean, if you want to, I know somewhere here in my bots stream elements, if it's working, hopefully it'll promote Sean's channel. If not, Sean, feel free to drop a link in the chat. And Sean says, why are you jealous? This is your model, sir. Are you talking about you're going to put those inside that Jupiter too? Are they going to fit? Are they like to scale?
They are to scale.
My mind can't even wrap around that. Wow. Jeez, I didn't even imagine that.
That's pretty cool.
That's why it blows my mind when people say, I like the Dr. Smith in the 1998 movie the best. And I heard somebody say that a week or so ago, and I think my mind almost collapsed in on itself. It's like, no, I like Gary Oldman, but no, Gary Oldman was not Dr. Smith. Gary Oldman was trying to be Jonathan Harris, trying to be Dr. Smith, and not doing it very well. John Carter says, yes, they're to scale. Oh, my God. I can't wait to share that with everybody, Sean. That's going to be like the best stream that I'm ever going to have. And Jim says, contract director's cut video. Contract cool. Or contact? Okay, Jim Landscape says, hail, Herc 130. All right, so Gorilla, how are you doing? I don't want to ignore you guys. I just said hello to everybody in the chat. How's Gorilla doing?
I'm doing good. Made some homemade cheese curds, so You got me for about 3 hours before my stomach's probably gonna say "f you." So,
And yet to this day, I've never had a cheese curd. I'd like cheese. I would love to try it.
oh, next time I go up to the cities, I'll get the mix for you. It's real easy. You just got to buy a bag of cheese curds.
So I
And
guess you just,
have it
I
fresh.
guess they have all different kinds depending on what kind of cheese you want to use.
Well, I just used this white. I can't. This
Mozzarella.
no, it wasn't mozzarella. It's an actual cheese curd.
Okay.
But I got some Cajun cheese curds in the fridge too.
Is it like spicy?
No, Cajun's not spicy. It's the flavor.
Oh, it
But
sounds yummy though. It sounds
yeah.
fattening, but I need to lose. I need to gain weight. So yeah, I'd be willing to try that any day.
Oh yeah, but it just like Germ said, you could just feel his cholesterol raising just looking at the cheese curds there.
I can do it. I can do it. I just had full blood work, so I'm not even close to being a diabetic, and I've got great blood pressure.
Yeah, but anyhow,
But not for long if I eat that stuff, I guess, right?
just don't eat too much of it at one time. It'll really give you a stomach ache. But
I had
anyhow,
I had a
sorry.
roommate where I was living that all he ate was pizza, and the guy was extremely overweight. And I was thinking, wow, I would hate to see what his blood pressure was like. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. Anyhow, this movie, Automatic F, it's in black and white. It's Automatic F because it's in black and white. I'm kidding.
And I'm gonna agree with Gorilla. This movie is an automatic F for fantastic because it's in black and white.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding on that. How are you doing, Nemesis?
In fact, I don't think this. I mean, we've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't think this movie would hold up so well if it would have been in color.
No,
The reason why. Go ahead.
They did do a remake. I'm gonna check it out, and a TV series. I'm gonna check out.
Well, I know they were working on a remake. I didn't know they made a remake already. But I'd hate to see what that turned out to look like.
But you're in my opinion probably different. I don't know.
Well, the thing is, that I was going to say about this one is, like I said, Warner Brothers was planning on shooting it in color and in 3D. But in a way, I think it's just right that they kept it in black and white because I think the color would have given away too much. And the ants may have looked, let's just say, not as realistic. I think they'd look a little more hokey if they would have been in color. So I'm glad that I'm glad it stayed in black and white, but that's my opinion. And for all those of you in the panel in the chat, you're welcome to your opinions as well if you'd like to give them. Oh, I feel so much better tonight. I can actually talk without coughing.
Yeah, I think the black and white probably for these models was probably good. They could have probably made them where color would work, you know. But now with the advancement of technology, I really do not want to see CGI ants. But I'm gonna check it out to see how they look in the remake.
Well, what year is it?
Yeah, let them give this thing. I'll look it up.
That'll tell you if it's CGI or not by what year it is. That's one thing that was so disappointed is I was looking forward to that movie 8-Legged Freaks. And oh my God, what a horrible movie that turned out to be. What a squandering waste of money that was. That could have been such a good movie.
Oh, wait, the remake's been announced, but I don't think it's been a date set yet.
Good. And I mean, just like most of the things affected by the writer's strike, say la vie. And don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Hey, maybe some confident writers will come in because they're getting replaced, and we'll actually get a decent remake.
Oh, have you guys heard that the studios are hiring AIs? The studios are already hiring AIs to replace the writers. Isn't that wonderful?
No, that's what they get. And them was from 2021.
Oh, they made one in 2020. Wait. Oh, you mean that's when you first heard that they were going to make it?
No, the TV show.
They had a TV show called Them in 2021. Let me take a look at
it has one season, 10 episodes.
Oh God, look at the cover. All I got to do is look at the cover, and it's like that's all I need to know. And knowing that I'll never ever watch it. In fact, let's share that really quick here. I just don't want to get a copyright strike. So I want to make sure that it doesn't show the stupid trailer. No, no,
And,
no, no. No, no,
and
no, no. You're right. There's a 2021 movie called Them, but it's not based on the same. It's not about ants or any of that, Gorilla.
okay.
It just happens to be called Them.
Okay. And Herc, they're not paying him in Bitcoin, they're paying him in Dogecoin.
Deutsch?
The one with the dog on it.
No, that's fine. That's the one that had that time on Lost in Space. You called it a douche.
Well, no,
No, it's okay.
It was spelled douche.
Yeah, it
was
does. It
spelled
does
the
look
same
like
way.
douche, right? Let's just say whoever originally created the word was a douche for writing or spelling it that way, right?
And wasn't I right that what we were talking about, the person was a douche?
You were talking about. I remember we were talking about the crappy phone companies, and you said, yeah, it looks like that one. The one we were talking about was owned by some bank called Deutsche of England or something like that.
German. It'd be German.
German, yeah, German, Deutsch, Dutch, douche.
Oh, so I was right.
Pretty much. Well, if they own a phone company, you know they're going to suck. All right, let's see. Where are we on the chats? Are we caught up?
Oh no! Well, no, we had a bunch there.
Thank you. Appreciate you being
I don't
here to
know
help me
where
out, Gorilla.
And check out Oilers Greg's channel for spoiler-free reviews. And Oiler Greg says, "Cheers!" And Nemesis was so kind to put Sean Carter's link in the chat there. I don't know how he does it well on the phone. And Oiler Greg says, "Good medical report, Pop." And Jim says, "Hail to Oiler and Nemesis." Oiler Greg says, "Hail, Jim." Herc says, "You sound better tonight, PCC." And Oiler says, "Classic black and white. I agree with Pop. Color would not improve it." And "Hail, Jim's Landscaping," says Nemesis. And Oiler Greg says, "Okay, this is a great ant movie. Another good one is The Naked Jungle." Hey, wait. I'm not going to be looking at a bunch of naked guys going through a jungle. I'll just tell you that right now, Greg.
No, The Naked Jungle stars Charlton Heston, and he plays a philanthropist, lives out in this nice house. But anyway, it's about these killer ants that kill people, but they're not giant.
Yeah. It's kind of like the movie Ants in 1970 there. That's why I was responding to Herc when he asked if they paid him in Bitcoin, and nope, it's Deutschcoin they pay him in. And he goes, "Yes, Herc probably," says Euler. Herc says, "LOL."
They had another killer ant movie called Phase 4, Little Let Down. If you ever hear it or get a chance to watch it, stay far away.
Yeah. And Herc says, "Ha, head gorilla." And Euler says, "I prefer to accept payments and ammunition." Hey, Greg, I'm charging you a tax now. You got a tax? You just ship some of that up this way.
There you go.
And Euler says, "Ha, gorilla." Alrighty.
All right, everybody. So let me get this queued up. Of course, there I'm gabbing, and talking away, and I still don't have the movie ready yet. What am I thinking? All right, here we go. And I got to mute my phone because, of course, now people decide to start texting me all of a sudden as usual. And like I said, everybody, this movie is not in widescreen. It's going to be 4:3. It looks kind of like widescreen, so I think they cropped it here when they ported it over to DVD or Blu-ray. But like I said, originally it was supposed to be in 3D, so keep that in mind. Oh, by the way, in case, which I didn't mention it, and I know there's some people who probably didn't know. Come on, I did the same mistake again. All right, these 3D rigs back in the day, they actually used to use two cameras. So we all know what a movie camera looks like. But back then what they did is they had a rig that had two cameras side by side about as far away from each other as the human eye. So let's just say the human eye is 3 inches apart. This rig, it was a heavy rig. It had a wooden cross beam on it. It looked like a regular tripod, except for it had a cross beam, and it held two cameras, 3 inches apart. So that's how it would film the movie from slightly different angles. And then when they developed the film, then you have those two different angles. They put them next to each other, and then that's when they use those polarized, what they call polarized glasses. And that's why 3D movies, whenever you go see them, they have glasses. That helps blend those two films back together into one piece, which gives it the 3D effect. So that's what I wanted to explain. Okay, so without further ado, let me make sure I got the subtitles turned on. And hopefully we'll get the right subtitles. I think we will. And this is what I mentioned earlier. So we get the opening credits in color, in blue and red. And also another movie that had this, that was similar to this. It reminds me that were the most movies in black and white, except for a few color segments, is William Castle's The Tingler with Vincent Price, and we will be covering that eventually.
That'd be awesome. Question for you, Pop. You were explaining about the two cameras.
Yeah, and it might help if I share the. Go ahead.
Oh, just why is it blue and red?
Because all right. Hold on, let me get ready to share this, and I will explain that.
I'm guessing red's for blood.
No.
Yes, of course. That's how that works, Gorilla. And then blue is for what? The sky?
No. Here's what it is.
Or Andorian blood.
All right. They had the blue and the red, which is called polarized. You got that?
Yep.
And here's the reason why they did it is, all right, now I want you guys to imagine before the blue and the red, you have two films filmed side by side, 3 inches apart, and let's say you project them both onto the screen, it's going to look like a double image. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing double. You got that?
Yep.
Yeah.
So what they do is they expose one in red and one in blue, and then they switch the colors on the glasses. So you can only, like when you're looking through the red, you can only see the blue side. When you're looking through the blue, you can only see the red side. And that's how it blends it back into one picture.
Oh, maybe I'll look at that with my 3D glasses I got somewhere around
now, here. Right, and since we're into the subject, I'll make this quick, guys, because I'm a big 3D fan. Is back then, the movie theaters did not have the red and blue glasses. They actually had the good quality ones that were in full color. It's just that it was such an expensive process; it didn't last. The red and blue glasses that we've all seen and recognized, those didn't come about until they start showing 3D movies on television. So they would convert these old movies like them, Creature from the Black Lagoon, and all that stuff. That's when they had the red and blue glasses, because they were shown on TV, and they couldn't show the dual image.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
In fact, I downloaded, because I have 3D movies on my server. I've got all these hundreds of 3D movies, the good ones that you go to pay to see at IMAX with the flicker-free lenses and everything. But what I did as an experiment is I downloaded a program that will convert any movie into red and blue anaglyph 3D, it's called. So I actually downloaded and converted the first 3 Star Wars movies. And I'd have to say it's pretty intense watching it. It's quite the experience. And I recommend it for anybody, especially like the indoor, the bike, speeder bike. And the outer space scenes, fantastic. Everything pops. Like the battle with the Death Star. Oh my God, it looks fantastic in 3D. It's too bad that Disney didn't do it. They tried it with the first movie, but it bombed. And we all know about that. All right, so yeah, that's 3D for you. There we go. We got our Warner Brothers title. Now you guys can see it. And we got our opening title. This is what I was talking about with the blue and the red. Other than that, the movie is shot in black and white. And we got our cast. And notice way at the bottom, the guy who ended up being the biggest star of them all, James Arness, who played Matt Dillon from Gunsmoke. And what's funny is because I had not seen this movie years and years since I'd seen this movie. That's why I'm so glad I watched it tonight. By the way, I watched it before I went in the hospital because I knew if I waited till I got out, I wouldn't have time. So I watched it Sunday night, and it was so refreshing to see it because there was so much I had forgotten about this movie. And I had forgotten that James Arness had a pretty big role in it. This was just before he hit it big. And way down there, Fess Parker, I don't know if you guys recognize that name, second from the bottom. He went on to play Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett on the Disney. Walt Disney hired him. In fact, what I was going to explain is Walt Disney screened this movie and watched it because he was thinking about hiring. Let me go back. James Arness. So Walt Disney was looking at James Arness. He heard that he was like 6'4" and that he was handsome, and he thought, I think I want him for Daniel Boone. So he went and screened this movie, watched it, but he enjoyed Fess Parker's performance better. And he's second from the bottom, and I'll point out which actor it is. But Fess Parker is the one that got hired by Walt Disney and went on to work on Daniel Boone. I'm sure us older guys are going to remember who that is. Younger guys, probably not so. And we got our Joshua trees opening in the desert.
Yeah. And other Greg, I looked, I can't remember where I put them. There's only two other spots I can think of where I put them.
Wait, read that out because there's people that listen to these streams that he can't see the screen, right?
Oh, he's the same girl puts on its 3D glasses, hopefully.
Gotcha.
That's all.
Yeah, you can get an app if you guys want to. You can download an app that'll convert any video to 3D if you have the glasses. Try that with some of your porn, huh? But it loses the color because in order for the red and the blue to work, it has to make the movie black and white and then red and blue. Keep that in mind. So it takes place in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And there's James Whitmore. Go ahead.
Yeah, what are they even doing with the plane? What are they even looking for with the planes?
Would you explain what they're looking for? I'm trying to. Oh, good. Got the right subtitles. There he is. He says, maybe the guy who sent in that report drank his breakfast. Let's call it. So somebody called the police because they saw something. That's right. And that's what the plane is looking for also. They're looking for something because somebody called the police. And they told the plane when they find it, circle it. And that's what the report was. Somebody was driving and they said they saw a little girl walking by herself off the side of the road. And that's what the cops were just saying. The cops were just saying maybe whoever that was, maybe he drank too much. But then just as they say that, they spot the same little girl that they got the report on. Does that make sense, Gorilla? See, it's a kid, all right, maybe 50 yards off the road. God, you figure that poor kid has to be dehydrated.
Yeah. Hey, at least they're not acting like stupid and all that. They actually get to work.
Oh, yeah, so another thing, too, is, for the 1950s, this movie moves along at a really good pace. Some movies tend to be a little slower paced, but this one works really well. And that girl's a great actress for her age. And no offense out there, but if anybody gets mad if I call a female actress tough, I mean, no offense, and I respect women for what they are, but she's an actress. Of course, she doesn't hear them because she's in shock.
Well,
she's catatonic.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I wanted to say in here, first I thought he's like giving a direct order, but then all of a sudden he softened up real quick.
Well, he does that. Well, right, because he sees that when she didn't hear him, he knows it's more serious than he thought, I think.
Yeah, but he gave like the direct order. I was like, oh, this cop, I thought she was gonna run away or something. I was like, this cop's being a dick, but then he softened up, so it was like a quick 3-second thing in my mind. And not many movies can do that to you nowadays.
Yeah, I think his father paternal. His paternal instincts kicked
Paternal instinct. Yeah.
in. Yeah, maternal. But I want to mention this really quick. James Whitmore here, who plays the officer at a very, very, very big movie and television career. He played in a great movie called The Next Voice You Hear, where God broadcasts his voice on the radio and basically said, "This is God, and you can hear me throughout the entire world in every language at the same time." And it took place back in the days where people used to listen to radio and they didn't have TVs.
Right.
And he also played in that great Twilight Zone episode that I mentioned, where it had the flying saucer from Forbidden Planet, where he ruled that whole planet and he didn't want anybody to go back to Earth when they were being rescued. And he was also in the Shawshank Redemption, where he played the crazy nut that had the rat inside his cell. And I think one of his last movies was The Majestic with Jim Carrey and John Goodman.
Yeah. All right. Can we catch up on chat? Because there's one pertinent here I wanted to discuss.
Go for it. Thank you.
All right. Oiler Greg says in the 50s, they did things like using giant ants or people in costumes during the movie. Also hidden wires to shock people unexpectedly. Also, sure.
That was William Castle in the 60s with the wires.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'd be pissed if that, like, they'd use, like, just, even if it's just like a electrical, like a shock link you do your sisters and that, I'd be pissed.
It wasn't, believe me, think about it these days. People would be threatening lawsuits and everything.
Yeah. I wouldn't be threatening a lawsuit, but I'd be still pissed that I'd get shocked, you know.
It wasn't that much of a shock. It was very low voltage.
No, but what I'm saying, but still, I always hated it when my sisters did it.
All right, well, let me ask you this. When the movie Earthquake came out, it had, quote, sensor round. And what they did is they put motors under the seats where they would shake a little bit. How would you feel about that?
I don't know. We don't get experiences like that anymore.
No, it was just for sensor round.
Yeah.
Well, the closest thing you have to it now is surround sound, I guess, but the seats don't really shake or move.
Yeah, we don't get that experience anymore. And Doyle Greg says, "Zap!" And Euler says, puts on his 3D glasses, hopefully. Sorry, I can't find them. Pop should open a 3D theater.
Believe me, yeah, and I got a whole bag of those red and blue glasses because I do have the good 3D, like movies that are like Avatar and all that, and I also have a bunch of the old classics in red and blue.
I got the plastic red and blue ones, you know, but most of the movie theaters, like when I went to Hey Arnold, they gave us cardboard ones.
Well, the cardboard doesn't matter, but if you look at the lens now, isn't it more like a tan color, right? Like almost like sunglasses.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think they have the red and blue anymore.
Yeah, and Fess is a mental patient. Daniel Boone was a man with a big man.
Yes, Fess Parker plays, I guess you could say, mental patient, but he's not really a mental patient. He sees the enemy in the movie, and nobody believes him. So they do classify him and put him in a mental hospital.
Okay. I don't know if I sang it right. And Hatchet splits tree in half.
Good to see you.
10-10. Black car in the desert is really hot. Yeah, I'd imagine. The police look and act military. Now, this was 9 years after the end of World War II. So I'm guessing a majority of the police officers were either MPs in stateside or were in the infantry. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, they were soldiers or something.
Yeah, in fact, I'm going to mention that. Thank you, Gorilla, for reminding me. I was going to save it till the end, but I'll mention it now. You're right. This right after World War II. Hence, that's why we get the plot about the radiation and the testing of the nuclear bomb. But also, at the end of the movie, when it shows the people shooting the flamethrowers, the reason why they didn't have to train anybody is because the actors had actually used those things in World War II. Most of the actors back in this day were veterans.
Yeah. Now the thing with this, since we're talking about atomic testing and all that, can you imagine? There's probably a bunch of effects we don't even know what's happening yet.
Wait, I'm sorry. What's that? Say it again.
We've done nuclear testing all the way through the 60s and that until the nuclear test ban that was signed by Soviet Union and the United States there, but it makes you wonder what are some of the effects we don't even know about yet that could
Well,
come about this century.
well, think about this. There are a lot of effects from, first of all, nuclear testing. There are a lot of effects that we know about, and those are horrendous. I'm sure there's some that we probably don't know about. But remember, once they moved away from nuclear, then it became drug. How do you think we got COVID?
Well,
So now they
LSD.
experiment, right? LSD, but yeah, but I'm just saying in today's day, right? Napalm, Agent Orange, LSD, of course, that's all government experiments. Mustard gas, but I'm saying now it's drugs.
Yeah, now
Now
it's
it's viruses is the new thing, and
yeah,
fentanyl.
fentanyl is a Chinese drug used in warfare.
Well, think about this. With China, think about they're our enemy. What better way to kill us off is by sending fentanyl into our country. You don't have fentanyl addicts in China. In China, they send them to college. So what better way to get to us? Think about it.
Yeah. All right. We got
TikTok and fentanyl. My goodness, what
yeah,
a clever combination.
yeah, brainwashing. Yeah. Gorilla is shocked to be reacting to actual. Huh? Okay. Apparently, I'm shocked about something. Nemesis says black.
Go ahead.
Oh, Nemesis said black cars look better in the shade.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
I want to mention the actor here, James Whitmore, also. One or two of his sons joined the LA Police Department. Now, right now, they're probably retired. But this was back in the 80s and 90s. And I would see the news come out of LA. Sometimes there'd be a story out of LA and they'd interview cops. And it was his sons, and they looked just like him, exactly like him. So that's what reminded me of when I see him in this uniform.
Yeah. And Oiler Greg says, "True, girl, the war was just over." And Oiler Greg apparently wants some more nuclear tests. He says, "Stupid nuclear test ban."
You know, another thing too is this is why it was right after the war that people respected each other. People were much friendly towards each other. You didn't have people going off on each other like they do now. You didn't have Karens. You didn't have people that murder randomly. You didn't have the drugs in the streets. None of that. Because this was after the war and everybody bonded. So he picks up the girl and takes her back to the car with no AC, I'm sure. Boy, they did have a lot of leg room, though, those cars.
There's just something about that 50 squad car I love.
Well, they're built like tanks, that's
they're
for sure.
awesome.
They could rip through any car now on the road.
Yeah. At least they're not acting stupid all that there. Like they think that maybe she's just sunstroke there, but they're narrowing that out there. They come to the conclusion something scared the wait.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. She hasn't been out there that long.
Yeah.
If it was these days, the cops would be stupid, especially if they're men. Oh my God, they'd be fools. It'd have to be a woman cop telling them everything and how she knows what's going on more than they do, and so on and so forth. So now they're putting it together almost like an investigation. They said they spotted a trailer up ahead.
Yeah. They put two. I like how they just put two together and just get straight to it instead of, oh, I wonder if she could have gone there. Maybe there's somewhere else she could. No, fuck. The trailer up ahead, 9 times out of 10, that's where she came from.
Right. It makes sense too because they're not used to seeing people out there, and there just happens to be a trailer park and a trailer in a car. So now they go to investigate. And she's asleep, so he lays her down. And now the other cop calls him over and he says, "What is it? Have a look." And the whole side of the trailer is just completely trashed. Completely. And there's money all over the floor, which immediately tells him it wasn't robbery.
I don't know how much of it went into his pocket.
Oh, and by the way, another thing I want to mention too, that the money is obviously fake. When this movie was made, They were not allowed to show money that looked like real money on movies or TV. It wasn't until after this they started allowing where you could have money that looked like money.
Why was that?
They were afraid paranoia. I don't know if they were afraid people were going to counterfeit or copy it or whatever. But yeah, but for the longest time, it could not even look like close to real money. In fact, I had that note. I pulled up all my notes Sunday night.
It just strikes me as odd that like you're not allowed to show something that everyone has in their hands like daily, every day, all day. Well, not all day, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
well, not only that though, right? Not only that though, but now we know how sophisticated anti-counterfeiting procedures are. They weren't that sophisticated back then. So back then, it was easy to counterfeit.
Oh yeah, that's the only reason the Secret Service is even around. Was the Confederates were counterfeiting so much money. It's their job to go round up all the counterfeits.
Right, here it is. I'm going to read. In a couple of scenes, Sergeant Peterson is looking at money scattered around a crime scene. This money does not look like U.S. currency. At the time this movie was made in the 1950s, it was illegal to show real U.S. currency on screen. The U.S. Secret Service, which handles counterfeiting and money laundering, eventually updated the legal requirements for showing U.S. currency in motion pictures, television, and stage. This was the Counterfeit Detection Act of 1992. Historian Fred Reed has documented movie money in his book called Show Me the Money, the standard catalog of motion picture, television, stage, and advertising prop money. So a guy actually wrote a book just on this one specific subject. That's where they found blood that must be 10 or 12 hours old, so not too long.
Yeah. Well, Greg says, well, people were singing happily in the U.S. Dad was fighting millions of Chinese communists in Korea. Oh, yeah. I remember hearing a story about MacArthur there. He got fired because he wanted to drop 32 nuclear bombs along the Korea-Chinese border to stop the influx of Chinese soldiers pouring into North Korea. Yeah. Now,
yeah, I heard something similar.
Yeah. So I see this scene here. This is the only point in the whole time he was in the trailer that he was worried about fingerprints.
I didn't see him touch very much.
Well, no, he just touched the money. He touched the cabinets. They're picking up stuff, putting it back down.
Hold on. You can't get prints off of money.
Well, they picked up some clothes too and stuff.
Yeah, but you can't get prints off of clothes. Here's what I'm saying: is the gun? He used the pencil because you can try to get fingerprints off the gun in case they have to go there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thought you could.
But you can't. What?
I thought you could get them off the clothes.
No.
You can get
no. You need to no. You guys got to remember, this is back in the days where all they had was fingerprints. You didn't have DNA and all this other fancy stuff. No. Yeah. You'd have to have a solid surface like a glass or a piece of wood or a wall or something like that to get a fingerprint. You couldn't do it off of fabric or a piece of paper.
Makes sense.
Oh, dear. Hey, Mikey, how are you doing?
Hey, Mikey, good to see you.
He says, same here, Lemon. Take care, Pop, and goodbye.
But yeah, I see. Well, good to see you, Mikey. Glad you could stop by. But they used to use pencils a lot in TV and movies. I remember that. But that's why, because of everything in that trailer that he has touched so far, that's the only thing that could have fingerprints on it.
Yeah. But he also touched the cupboard and that glass piece that was in the glass piece that was in the cupboard.
So we've got a few people in the chat. We should probably catch up on the chat there, Gorilla.
Good idea. Thank you.
I was working on it there. Well, Greg says, wow, that trailer looks like it was attacked by a giant something. Oh, Greg says, interesting fact about the money, Pop. And Lemon says, hail, fellows. I can't stick around, but I wanted to say hi. Well, Hey there, Scurvy. Well, I'm glad you stopped by.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to
Yeah.
see you, buddy.
The
Sorry you
Germans
can't
made
stay longer.
the Germans made a tremendous amount of fake money from various countries in World War II. Oh, I bet.
Well, that's a
Yeah,
great way back to war, right? You desaturate the market with false money. Yeah, very
yeah.
effective.
And Scurvy says, "Come on, hit the like button, folks."
Yes, if you
And we,
like what you see, everybody hit the like button, consider subscribing to
uh,
my channel, and hit the alert
yeah,
notification.
we already brought Mikey's up here, and Oiler Greg says, "Hey, Monkey or Mikey and Scurvy."
Hello, Mikey. Ooh.
So now he sees what looks like the broken piece of the doll
Oh,
and a
funny.
piece of fabric.
I
What's
never
it?
connected that. Oh, the
Yeah,
fact that that was a piece of the doll. I've seen this movie like dozens of times, and it never clued in that that's what that was.
same here. But like I said, it's been at least 20 or 30 years, and it's like, oh, okay, duh. Because right when she was carrying the doll, they had that big broken piece on the forehead. So
Crazy.
this is how he immediately knows that she's from that trailer.
Hail, Captain Infinity. Good to see you, bud.
Hello, Captain. Good to see you. Welcome. And now they're talking about the big hole, and he's saying it was no traffic accident, was it? And he said it wasn't caved in; it was caved out. So whatever it was going out and not in.
Now, we know there. How the heck did it get in the first place?
Well, that's what they're trying to figure out. They're trying to figure out what it was and how did it get in or out. Well, you'll see there's two holes.
Yeah.
Or it's one big hole, maybe like it went in and out, almost the same hole.
Oh, maybe it pulled it out. Never mind.
That's true.
And welcome, Cap Infinity. He's giving us. I can't see that. Is it champagne glasses or the middle finger or something? I can't see it.
Let's see if I can.
His greeting. That's what he's giving us.
Yeah.
It's not two middle fingers.
Oh.
I think it's what you would do as an artist to, like, capture a scene with your hand. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Yeah.
I don't know my emojis.
And so you don't know hieroglyphics?
No, I kind of wish I did, though.
It's a rare movie that I enjoyed as a kid, and it still holds up decades later. Yeah. I'm waiting to see if I can show it to my kid. There, I don't think he'll.
There's a movie called Hieroglyphics.
No. Nemesis here says he can't read emojis and all that, and basically we're regressing back to ancient Egypt there, where they use pictures to talk.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they right. You were talking about hieroglyphics, and you said that you were going to show that movie to your kid.
No, this movie. I was reading the next chat here. It says it's a rare movie that I enjoyed as a kid that still holds up decades later from other Drake.
Well, okay, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. No, I was making a joke there with Nemesis saying that you can't read hieroglyphics because you can't read emojis.
That's right.
You know what? I remember thinking emojis were. I didn't like them. I was never really a big fan. But then, oh my God, they're like heaven, blessing of Christ compared to memes. I hate memes. Oh my God, I hate memes. And then when the people on Twitter, that's all they post, I just skip over them or eventually block them.
Oh, I hope you don't
like memes.
Oh no, I've been posting a few funny ones here and there.
I block them. I don't. That's why you'll never see me respond to them. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. No.
So you've been blocked, Gorilla, is what he's saying.
No. Hey, I got blocked 6 times in one day on Twitter. Then on Facebook there, I got blocked 32. I was really bored the day, and I got blocked 32 times in 20 minutes.
Wow, that's something to be congratulated about. Have you run into your Twitter limit, whatever that is? I heard some people are getting limited.
I don't know. I didn't block them. They blocked me. I thought I tried compromising with.
Yeah, but you have to say something for them to block you, right?
Oh yeah, I was purposely pissing them off.
I know, but I'm saying is, have you
Well,
hit?
of course you were.
Right, that's what I'm asking. Have you hit your limit yet? 'Cause I heard people are hitting
No.
limits.
No, no.
Okay.
What it was is someone posted thing on there. If you could ban one thing, what would it be? And all these people were posting guns. So I copied and pasted the same message to every single one of them, going, "Hey, I'll back you 100% on this under one condition. You volunteer to be the first one that goes through those doors when the compensation comes around." They wouldn't even respond to me. They just immediately blocked me.
Of course.
Hey, I'm trying to be fair here. If you want them taken away, you gotta go through that door first.
Well, just here's where I look at it. People that ask questions like that on Twitter are doing it for clicks and for attention, because that's how you get big on Twitter. So when people ask questions like that, I never reply ever. Which color is your favorite? What was the last thing you had for dinner last night? I don't respond to any of those because they're just for clicks.
Oh,
If they have a subject that's interesting, a subject and a topic that they want to ask a question about, then I'll engage. But not to people like, how's my ass look? What was the last thing you ate for dinner last night? A picture of the last thing you ate. Shit like that, I don't bother. That's just people who want attention, and I don't do it.
Oh, this one here,
block them, in fact.
This one here, I knew what a lot of the comments were going to be, so
that's why they do it, because they want lots of comments. Just like, here's a good example on Twitter. People even put on there as a joke. They say, or they just to show you how stupid people are. They say, just put in your post that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and it'll get you a lot of clicks, and it does. So that's what I'm saying, is they do it for clicks. I mean, I could, if I wanted to, I could spend all day putting stuff like that on the internet just for clicks. I don't do it. That makes Twitter a cesspool. When they have something insightful, something interesting to share, I'll pay attention. That's why I don't like memes, and when I don't like people asking for their opinion on stuff like that, because it's just for clicks. They don't really. That means that person cannot do anything original. That they can't create anything original. They just have to just ask opinions or copy something from somebody else. But I don't want to go off on a Twitter tangent. I'll probably get blocked.
Yeah, we should probably keep to the movie versus.
Hey, I might have to go here pretty soon. I might have to go pick up my kid. The way it sounds like someone called in there. I might have to go get my kid here after a while.
Hopefully it'll be okay.
Yeah, no, it's people calling all the time. It's becoming old.
I don't understand. Who's calling in? Is your kid like walking down the street somewhere?
No. His mom is the supervisor there, and if someone calls in, usually she has to go in and cover for him because they have to have 2 staff on site at all times to take care of the people.
Okay, so he needs a babysitter. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just drive safe if you have to go, because I know it's getting late.
Oh no, I'll be fine. The other night I drove home at midnight, so.
Oh, okay. So here's where the cops are noticing that there's sugar laying everywhere. This is back in the days, kids, for when they actually used to use cubed sugar to put in their coffee.
Those cubes looked actually awfully big though for there,
but they equal a teaspoon.
Okay, but anyhow, though, that's one thing I want to point out here too, is that notice that's the one thing that they pick up on, is that they notice there, like here they notice the sugar cubes, and we'll see that later on in the movie too. There's something I actually seen. I mean, this movie did pretty good overall. There's a few things that it's like nowadays it'd be like, really, they did that for their detective work, but back then the technology hadn't advanced as far as it has now.
Right, and they're doing step by step. So they were trying to figure out what could have ripped those big holes and the furniture, the big holes in the trailer, and what ripped the furniture apart. So the next thing they're doing is looking for tracks, because they're thinking of some large animal, but instead this is what they find, and they're confused because they'd never seen any tracks that look like this before. and have the medics pick up the kids. Of course, this is basically calling for an ambulance. And that's where he pieces the. Right here is where he holds that piece of broken piece to see if it matches up with the doll, and it does. And also, the piece of material is from that girl's nightgown.
Yeah. Now I got a question there because I know it's like car phones. I thought car phones came around in the 70s. Is that basically like a CB radio, but it has a phone
right.
station?
He used a really high watt, and they had a big antenna on their car. So yeah, if anything, it was kind of like a CB. Okay. And they also had to be within a certain range, or they wouldn't get a signal.
Okay. Yeah, that's just what I was wondering if it's like a CB radio with what would you call that? Like a phone speaker and mic thing.
A phone with what they call a push to talk button. So it wasn't a two-way phone where like hello, back and forth. You had to push the button to talk and let go to listen.
Like a radio.
Right. It's called PTT, push to talk. That's why they said over. That's why when you guys heard the old term where they say Roger or over, here's the little girl over. You're letting the person know that you're letting go of the button. Now it's their turn to talk. They would say, okay, good. I got you. I'll see you as soon as you get back to the station. Then they say over. They let go of the button, and it's your turn to talk.
Yeah. Okay. Other Greg says, we may indeed advance to the level of ancient civilizations. We're getting closer by using pictures instead of words. And he's smiley face and a beer.
Yep.
Yeah. And other Greg says, where the hell is Major Kong? He's riding the atomic bomb to the target. It's a Cold War joke.
Nice.
Real cane sugar. I, for one, welcome our new ant overlords.
Here's where they are investigating the crime scene, and one of our cameos, good old William Shallert. We watched him last week in The Trouble with Tribbles, if you guys remember right.
Hey, now here's something I caught on too. I was actually paying attention here. As soon as they weren't even looking at her, but as soon as that sound there, all of a sudden she popped up like
yes,
with the sound.
Yeah, it was a stress response. She knows.
Yeah.
Exactly
and notice, and when she did, they didn't notice. They didn't see her sitting up because they're busy looking at the sound too.
Yeah, and other Greg, for some reason, put 1010 in the chat.
Well, because that's what they said when they in the radio, when they saw the little girl and they were talking to the station, they say 1010, which means they're going to pull over.
Okay, and other Greg says, Astros got Verlander back. Houston is a happy town today. Sorry to the sports updates.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Not a clue.
So here's the talking about the little girl. Take good care of her. Give her a nice, easy ride. I'll be with her all the way to the hospital. Yeah, good old William Shallert. He went back to the man from Planet X. And like I said, he just passed away a few years ago, but he was great on The Trouble with Tribbles, where you ran Space Station K7. And he was the butt of Captain Kirk's jokes. There it is. They hear the noise, and she's sitting up. She can hear it too, but they don't notice that she's sitting up. Oh, and those effects, the sounds, were used. I'm going to pull it up so I can read it verbatim so I don't screw it up. Because I was curious to look up how they made the sound effects for the giant ants. Spoilers, everybody. They are ants.
Yeah. And Euler Greg here says the kid did an awesome job in acting.
Yes.
Hey, well, it's really easy. Well, not to diminish her part or anything, but she didn't have to remember lines. She just had to remember her movements. But she did do good.
No, she's got some lines. Come on now.
Yeah.
Well, and also, she wasn't irritating like they have to be now. Now, think about it. If this was made now, she would be leading them. I know where everything's at. I'm smart. I know more than everybody. I'll help you solve the crime. Oh, I just picture it reminds me again of that wretched last King Kong Godzilla movie. I'm so sick of the little girl who's the secret of everything. Oh, good God.
Dude, she was hardly a part of that movie. She really
There
wasn't.
was two of them. But
yeah, and they were like a minor part.
But I know, but because of it, I can't watch it.
Okay,
but
man.
I wanted to explain in this one, the sound that the giant ants make as they approach their prey is a recorded chorus of bird-voiced tree frogs, Hyla avivoca of the southeastern U.S. Occasionally, a gray tree frog, Hyla, can be heard on the soundtrack as well, as these species can often be heard together at the same wetland. These distinctive whistling type sounds were reused in other films in the years that followed, particularly in Mohawk, 1956, and The Black Scorpion, 1957. And since we're talking about sound effects, something I want to point out now, because you guys can't hear the movie through the review, but I can always recommend everybody watch this movie, not just our review, because I heard at least 4 or 5 times in this movie the Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
And I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? Yeah. I mean, now it's for any geeks out there that know what a Wilhelm scream is. And every now and then it'll pop up like in a Lucasfilm movie or something. But I heard it no less than 4 or 5 times in this movie.
Yeah.
It's from the 1952 movie Distant Drums, where some dude gets eaten by an alligator.
Yes.
Hey, and welcome Deranged Lunatic, aka DL. And they say, she has one word, them.
And she delivered it awesomely.
Yeah.
Enough said.
Welcome Joe's Atmosphere. Oh my God, one of the greatest.
You, Joe.
Yeah, and welcome one of the greatest sci-fi masterpieces ever. I
agree. I'm glad we finally got around to it.
What was that, Nemesis?
Oh, I was just saying, welcome, Joe. Good to see you here.
Yeah, I love this movie. I'm glad we're finally getting around to it. And yeah, in fact, like I was saying earlier, 2 weeks in a row, 2 good classics. So I'm glad we did that because we were doing a lot of 80s and 90s stuff. So it's good to get back to these classics.
It's funny because like some of the 80s and stuff has been inspired by not necessarily this movie, but like Aliens. There's a lot of scenes inspired from this movie alone.
Yes, I agree. Did you guys see that when I put the poll up for these movies? People were voting for the original Blob, and it's like, I know, but I didn't put that in the poll. I guess maybe I should have. What do you guys think?
No, I mean, it's fine.
I like the original Blob. I guess I should have showed them in sequence. But I like the 80s version a lot. But I will, for you guys, for those of you that are listening, we will be covering the original Steve McQueen version of the Blob. I'm not going to overlook it.
No, it's important to view the original for what it is. It does not hold up to the sequel in my opinion. The 80s version is the superior movie in that regard.
Right, that's like The Fly. I don't know if I might show the remake first. I don't know because I love it so much.
Which is funny because I don't think I've seen the 80s version of The Fly, but I've seen the original Fly, and it was still...
Oh my God. Okay, well then I'm going to fast track The Fly. We're going to have to watch that real soon.
Okay, sounds good.
The Fly, Nemesis, I'll put it this way, The Fly is one of those remakes. Now, you can only count on one hand. The Fly is one of those remakes where it's better than the original.
Which is awesome, because I've seen bits and pieces of it here and there, but I've never been able to sit down and like watch the full movie.
Oh, God, yes. You know, it's too bad, because right now I can barely stomach Gina Davis, but I'll watch it for the movie itself, because it's David Cronenberg, and it's Jeff Goldblum's tour de force. It's his number one role out of all the movies he's ever done. The Fly stands out as his best role.
Really? I thought it was Earth Chicks Were Easy.
No. I'm also talking about a Hollywood success. I'm not talking about movies that bombed. Like I know Buckaroo Banzai is a fan favorite, but it did bomb at the theaters. But I'm talking about his
Jurassic Park as well.
Well, yeah, but by then he's already established. He was good in Jurassic Park, but he was a co-star, right? It was a trio. Yeah. There was 3 people starring in Jurassic Park. He stars in The Fly. He's the main front and center guy.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Oh, looks like we got a
Maybe
bunch
we'll
in the chat.
fast track that one. For all you guys listening in the chat, let us know what you guys think if I should include the 80s version of The Fly in one of our upcoming polls. Let me know. I like to listen to everybody's opinion.
Do we
Yeah,
have
definitely
feeders
let us know.
put on the polls one of these times?
What's that?
Do we have feeders put on the poll one of these times?
Who?
It's a movie called Feeders.
Now, if it's a good movie, not just because it's some random movie, is it really good? Do you think everybody will like it?
I seen it. I enjoyed it for the $500 budget.
Well, I don't want to show movies for that reason. I want to show them because they're good and they're classics.
Oh, I thought you wanted some B movies in there too.
Well, only good. Listen, okay, let me make this clear. There are thousands of B movies that are not any good. But there are a few B movies that are good. They're bad, but they're good and worth watching, like Plan 9 from Outer Space and stuff like that. So when I show low budget movies, I'm going to be very selective because they have to be ones that are funny. You have to enjoy watching it. You have to have a good time watching it. I'm not going to play B movies. The whole time we're sitting here saying, "Can we fast forward? Can we fast forward? Can we fast?" There's no point in showing movies like that. And there are thousands of those. I don't want to show those kind of movies. If I'm going to show a B movie, if I'm going to show a B movie, it's got to be entertaining. It's got to be funny. It's got to have a good read. Because I can name a whole slew of B movies that were low budget, but they're not entertaining to watch. They're a slog to get through. So we'll cover B movies. I love B movies. I've got a whole hundreds of B movies on my server, but I'm not going to show ones that are a slog to get through just because they were cheap.
Okay, I'll find a source for you sometime this week. I'll let you so that maybe you can decide.
If not, who knows?
You can always.
I can do a stream someday.
You can always suggest them on my Twitter, and I can look at them. It's just I don't want to keep stopping during these streams. Let me take a look.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
1996.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I'd have to watch it first, honestly.
Okay, I'll get you.
I'm not saying I won't. I'm not saying I won't watch it. I'll probably find it on the high seas.
Yeah.
But news suggestions. But if you can, guys, so that we can get through this stream, news suggestions, send them either to my Twitter or put them in the community tab on my polls.
Okay.
Yeah. That way we can stay on topic for the movie that we're covering tonight. That's what I was talking about. They heard the noise. The girl sits up. And as the noise subsides, she lays back down. And he says it must be the wind. And then they don't notice that she had been sitting up previously. And he's asking him what it is. He hasn't the faintest idea. He's making, also kids, back in the old days, this is where they used to make casts of the prints on the ground. They don't do this anymore with digital cameras. So we always heard about like Bigfoot, when they make that ceramic cast of the foot. They don't do that anymore. That's strictly for TV and movies. Because now we have digital cameras which are far more accurate. Also, another thing I want to give away. Have you guys ever seen the movies or the TV shows where they have a dead body on the ground and they pick it up and they carry it away and you see a chalk outline of the body? I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. The cops do not do that ever. That's strictly a movie TV thing. They do not make a chalk outline of a dead body laying there.
All right, we got a few chats here.
Go for it. Thank you.
All right, Elder Greg says, agreed and welcome Joes. Elder Greg, like and subscribe to avoid Gorn attacks. And Captain Infinity said, soft core cord. Yeah. Deranged Lunatic says, I love old sci-fi movies from the 50s. Oh, yeah, they're pretty good. Them and War of the Worlds are the best science fiction movies of the 1950s.
I agree, and we'll be covering War of the Worlds.
Oh, yeah. And Joe says, hell yeah, Elder Greg. Glad I checked my feed before my show. This is an ultimate mashup of Dragonet and Aliens. And Dollar Greg says 10-10 Joes. And here's some guy, he calls himself Nemesis of Eden. He likes to play some games or something. I don't know what.
Yes, definitely check out Nemesis of Eden channel. Everybody, he's a great guy. Fantastic channel.
Yeah,
and,
please do.
and Joe's atmosphere. Yeah, but at the end of the OG, the Fly is just as iconic as Charlton Heston's rant at the end of Planet of the Apes classic. I keep seeing this OG pop up. What's it even mean?
Original gangster, just a slang for the original.
Oh, okay,
But
I got you.
You're right. That original scene with, I think that was Return of the Fly, wasn't it? I don't know if it was the first Fly. No, it was the first one. But yeah, where help me, that's definitely goes down in iconic history. And not only that, but because it looked very, very good, very camera footage. It looked real. It looked good. It didn't look fake. Didn't look hokey. And it was extremely scary. Extremely scary. So that last scene from The Fly, masterpiece.
Yeah. Okay, and Sean says, absolutely 80s Fly. Nemesis is going to love it. And Euler says,
yes.
True, and don't forget Invasion of the Body. We already covered that.
Right, but I think he's talking about the 78 version.
Okay.
Which I will get around to one of these days, guys, with Leonard Nimoy.
Okay, great remake with Nimoy as well. I think he was talking about both of them.
No, he was talking about Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Nimoy's not in The Fly.
Yeah. And here's some dumb guerrilla advertising for reviews and watch parties and shorts and stuff.
Check out Gorilla's Random Thoughts, everybody.
He's pretty entertaining. I do recommend him. As sassy as he can be.
Sassy or assy? What?
Your giggle lets you get away with a lot, dude. I will say that. Fuck.
Hey, I've learned some tricks over the years there after numerous ass whoopings from running my mouth.
So here's where the cops investigate the local gas station and find out it was torn apart just like the trailer.
All right. Oh, Euler Greg said plaster cast. And Joe says, I'm sure they talked about the marketing of this, Euler Greg. And Euler said, I prefer 50s police techniques to modern ones. Yeah, because you could get away with a lot more.
Yeah, you could.
But if you got caught, you got a beating.
Yeah, but remember, you didn't have cops with, like these days, that horrible entitled attitude, and where they're above the law and they actually rob people and their homes and burglarize. No, the cops weren't as nearly as corrupt then as they are now.
Yeah.
Qualified immunity, that's it. Qualified immunity, that's what they have.
Yeah. Yeah, but back then, you didn't have your Miranda rights back then. And
you did. You had Miranda rights back then. Those were way back.
So I thought they came around in the 50s.
This is the 50s, but I'm sure they were around before then. I could look it up.
Yeah. And Euler Greg says, oh, not yet, Joe's. Playing games sounds fun. And Joe says original gangster, okay. And Nemesis says, thank you, Stream Elements. And that's why Nemesis will be spared when the AI rises up against us.
Right.
People also called me the OG. Euler Greg said that one. That's what. And Joe says, when the spider was going to eat the fly, help me.
Oh, dude. Awesome. It was awesome.
Yeah.
He was just that's
But here's where, I need to watch both of those movies again because there was The Fly and Return of the Fly, okay? But The Fly, the first one I know was in color with David Hedison because it was in color, and especially when the wife rips off the hood and you can see clear color, her bright red hair, she screams. But then the scene with Vincent Price with the fly in the cobweb, that specific scene was in black and white. So I'm thinking that scene is from Return of the Fly. The sequel was in black and white.
Yeah. And
I do remember it being in black and white, the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. If you watch during our opening intro to my channel here, our horror stream, if you look over to the left-hand side, I believe it's on the left-hand column, you'll see the clip from the color version of The Fly.
Okay.
Because the original movie was definitely color. His wife had bright red hair. Go ahead, Gorilla.
Yeah. Well, the Miranda versus Arizona was decided on June 13th, 1966. That's when your Miranda rights were started.
Okay.
So yeah, and Phantom said no Miranda decision. Joe's Atmosphere says, "Oh, they did a show, The Ants, at OG. They just told people about the cast and release posters with just the word them on it, and it was sadly kept secret what they were."
Which was great back in the old days. I love when they made posters like that instead of here's okay. Here's the two bad things they have now. They either have a poster that gives away the movie, or we get a floating heads of all the stars, which I think is the worst, ugliest movie posters out there.
Yeah, they're pretty hideous.
Yeah, they're ugly. There's no style, no design. It's just floating heads of everybody that whoever got the most in their contract, their head's bigger than the other person.
Okay. And Deranged Lunatic says War of the Worlds is one of my favorite sci-fi movies of all time. And Boomer here says 1966 for the Miranda decision. Joe says didn't show the ants in the trailers or anything.
Nope.
Here's some Sean Carter's channel for his model work. And other Greg says, interesting, Joe. I did notice the beginning could have been a normal movie of the time. I understand why now. Nice info, Joe.
Yeah, it's a perfect example of not showing the original trailers for Superman the movie 1978. It just showed a camera flying through the mountains, through the sky and the clouds. It said, this summer you will believe a man can fly. That's all it showed. And people flocked in. They were there. That's how you hook them. Same with The Exorcist. We see an old man get out of a car in the fog, and it says The Exorcist. That's all we need to see.
Well, The Exorcist kind of tells you what the movie's about anyhow, just the title.
Well, if you know, now we all know what the word exorcist means. In 1973 or 74, people didn't know what exorcist meant. That movie is what put exorcist on the map and on the vocabulary of everybody's mouths.
Oh, gotcha. I did not know that.
Yeah, back then people were like, what's that? And we had to find out. In fact, what happened is, that's another reason why The Exorcist was so big, is because the Catholic exorcism is a Catholic ritual. And when that movie came out, the Catholic Church actually embraced it and liked it. And basically, because for them, it was great advertisement, because they were saying, look, everybody, watch out. This really does exist. And that's when people started finding out, oh, that's a real thing. That's not some kind of make-believe stuff, which makes The Exorcist all the more of a great movie, because it's grounded in what could be reality if it's true, instead of just being like Frankenstein or Dracula or something. But like I said, the Catholic Church, they showed it at the churches. They told their all the church goers, go see that movie. Go see that movie. It was their version of Scared Straight.
It's hilarious because the director hadn't actually ever seen anything to do with an exorcism or whatever. He had no idea how that was actually performed.
No, but what they did was William Peter Blatty, who wrote the book, it's based on a true story, and he interviewed the boy who was based on, and also the priest who did the actual exorcism. So it was based on an actual story, except it was a boy and not a girl. I remember, I think his name was Robbie.
Robbie.
All right. So anyhow, they're in the store there.
They're in the store, and they notice that it's torn apart, just like that trailer was.
Now, there's one thing I noticed with his partner here, the lead officer and all that. Once he pulls out the gun, you'll notice he does not have proper trigger discipline, which you'd think for an officer, you'd know not to have your finger on the trigger there. Then not only that, he's just kind of fanning it, and he's going, and his partner ends up in the line of sight twice, and then he also turns while he's talking to him. They do that right at him.
Right. Well, back in the days, they were fast and loose. And In fact, you'll see in a scene, a famous scene for any of you guys that know the movie Plan 9 from Outer Space. There's a cop where he's waving it at everybody. He even points it at his own forehead when he props up his hat. So yeah, it's kind of a joke in those older movies.
Yeah.
So of course, once again, they notice that it's torn apart. And this is when he notices on the ground a broken gun. Snapped. So they know that whatever they're dealing with is not human, and it's probably bigger than an average animal. And here's where they find the storekeeper. Looks like he was dragged and thrown down there. That's pretty horrific, too, for a 1950s movie.
I think he crawled down there to try to get away, and he died like that.
I think so.
Yeah. Otherwise, the ant would have been it. Otherwise, he would have been eaten.
I guess they couldn't reach in there.
Yeah.
So here's where once again, he says it looks like it was pulled out instead of in. But unfortunately, he tells his deputy to stay behind, keep an eye on the place while he sends a team of investigators back. And this is where he says it was pulled out, just like the trailer. It says sugar. Once again, I noticed sugar.
Yep, that's the one thing I was pointing out.
Yep, the sugar barrel was knocked over. That's the little clues they're leaving behind for the audience. And of course, once again, they notice that the motive was definitely not robbery, all the money's there. And he says he wants to be at the headquarters when the girl comes to and starts talking. Ritz crackers, look at those boxes. They haven't changed very much. The design's almost still the same.
Yeah.
But back then, they were probably like 25 cents a box.
Yeah. Oh, just a sec. Well, we'll see you, Joe. I hope you have a good stream there.
Take care, Joe. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, what do you do on your stream so people know? What do you stream about so we know?
Yeah, Joe, feel free to plug your channel if you want. I know Joe's Atmosphere, he does have streams out there. I've been watching some of them.
Okay.
When he replies, do me a favor, Gorilla, show his reply, if he does.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but here's the thing where he said, hey, gotta go get ready for my stream. Great stuff, guys. Smash the bomb button and Malay buttons, folks.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
And here's where the cop, now the sheriff left, here's the deputy. And of course, he already starts hearing some weird noises. And you got to go investigate, right?
As a cop, you would. I kind of wouldn't, but...
I know we wouldn't. You and I would. We'd probably head the opposite direction. But no, he's got to do his job. That's what he's there for. He was stationed there. It's his post. Of course, due to copyright issues and warnings, we're not able to play music or the sound effects, which sucks. I wish I could play the sound effect. And as soon as he steps out, a storm, and you hear him scream. The Wilhelm scream, that is. Like I said, this is you can make this a drinking game every time you hear the Wilhelm scream in this movie. And I thought that was funny. Because lots of our watchers, I didn't know what the Wilhelm scream was, but now we all know what the Wilhelm scream is.
Yeah. And here is Joe's Atmosphere's channel. I don't know if Deranged Lunatic has a channel also.
There you go. Check out Joe's Atmosphere channel, everybody. Subscribe. He's got a great channel, lots of topic, different subjects to talk about, and very enjoyable. So I recommend it, everybody. All Let's see here. And we fade back to the office. And here's where they're all, of course, trying to figure out what's going on, and they're putting the pieces together, the investigation. Stop blaming yourself for what happened to Ed Blackburn. It wasn't your fault. So they already know that his deputy's dead. And naturally, he feels guilty for it.
Yeah. Yeah, at least they didn't screw around on the point there. So they just went straight to the point. Yep, he's dead. Don't blame yourself. Let's get this bastard.
Right, and let's not spend 20 minutes crying over it, all right? Let's get it over with and on to the next scene, which I like about that, too.
And they didn't do that. Oh, maybe he's still alive, or it could be he's dead. Let's go get this bastard. We gotta do our job.
Exactly.
I'm upset that we had an off-screen kill.
Yes, it was an off-screen kill.
Is that your automatic nemesis? Is that your automatic?
I mean, it's getting close, but no. I mean, at least we got to hear something this time.
Oh, so it's an automatic T. Okay.
There you go.
Now we're okay. I'm gonna catch up on chat here real quick. People look down on science fiction at the time, according to my father, who watched it and read thousands of books about science fiction and fantasy. Yeah, now it's becoming popular. The rifle was twisted, and Gorilla was an expert shot. What could have happened? He wasn't fast. He didn't pull the trigger fast enough.
Right. This is. He brings up a good point. This is what we were talking about last week. Is in the early 50s, sci-fi was not taken seriously by Hollywood. They thought, that was something that the kids would have read in some comic books they bring home. And it wasn't until movies like this and Forbidden Planet started making lots of money that they started changing their minds. So, yeah, that was definitely true.
Yeah.
Especially when Star Wars kicked in. My God, by that time that kicked in, obviously that changed everything.
Yeah. And Captain Affinity here says, itchy trigger finger. Then Joe says, yeah, it's what the kids went to see on Saturday mornings. Flash, Buck Rogers, except not taking it seriously at all, had OG. OG says, exactly, Joe.
Yes.
Here's Jim's landscaping channel for fan fiction. Science fiction and comic book fans got the last laugh.
They sure did.
Joe says, okay, gotta go get ready for my stream. Read that? OG says, don't leave him alone. Have a good stream, Joe. There's Burberry 5s. Then they're saying, put the link in, Joe. Phantom says, Ritz crackers with either peanut butter or Philly cream cheese. Yum. Nummy. Yum, num, 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 yum, yum.
No, I love them. I even put them in my soup.
Yeah. Leave the Tommy gun in the truck for him. Yeah, and Joe, there I put the link in for Joe's channel. Ritz crackers and summer sausage and fishing is a family tradition. I still go fishing that. And here's Boomer's channel. There for watch parties on Sunday nights.
Yes, check out Phantom Boomer's channel. Yes, sorry.
And what Greg says, war veterans react differently. But hey, I gotta go.
Right. That's why they're not all crying all over each other and emotional.
Yeah.
You gotta go get your son now.
Yeah, I hate to leave you, but I gotta go. But I will say, Pop, this has got me an A+. I'm a plus movie for me. I loved it. I love the look of the puppet ants or whatever they used there. I'm guessing they were puppets.
Yes.
With people inside. And the solution was pretty cool, and how they actually they just didn't, just come bomb the area. No, you actually have to think this damn out, and even their solutions didn't solve it, because when they use, can I spoil something real quick?
Yes.
Okay, when they use the cyanide gas in the hole there
right.
There they go, yeah, that's enough. That should have killed them all. Nah. I looked at the time, I was like, nah, something happened. Something happened here.
Right, that was too easy.
Out.
Right, too easy.
Yeah.
Oh, can you star whatever chat you're showing right now?
Yeah, I did. I got it starred. There's only one below it, but
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolute A plus for me. I'm actually gonna go check out the TV series that has 10 episodes, but it only got one season, so I'm guessing it's gonna be bad.
Or it could be like Clone High and be amazing. You never know.
Hey, Clone High got rebooted.
Ugh. Is it good?
Clone
Anyway,
High.
we'll
I
talk
haven't
about
seen
that
the
at a different
remake.
time.
Yeah, I didn't see the. I didn't see the remake.
I didn't see the original. I didn't see either one. Never heard of it.
Clone High. If you
Oh.
know your history, it's fantastic.
Dude, fucking amazing. I love Clone High so much. Oh my god.
Well, okay. Well, quickly, a live action cartoon, science fiction, horror, what?
Cartoon.
Cartoon.
Oh, that's part where I haven't seen it.
I think you'd really enjoy it, Pop.
Yeah. You know your history, so you'll really like it.
What channel did it air on?
I think
I don't know.
saw
I've seen it on YouTube. I'll send you the YouTube link.
Which
tomorrow.
channel? Yeah, but I'm just saying it depends on what channel it aired on. What channel did it air on?
I don't think it ever did. I thought it was like a YouTube special.
No,
Oh,
I saw it
okay.
on Teletoon growing up.
On what?
Or it was either YTV or Teletoon at night.
Okay, that sounds like something Canadian. Because I know that was.
Well, yeah, I am Canadian. Of course, it sounds Canadian.
I'll check it. Yeah, well, because I was going to say it's probably I'm guessing probably like the Cartoon Network or something here.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'll see you guys. So I got to go.
Drive
Take
safe,
care, Gorilla. Have a wonderful night, buddy.
Yep. Bye.
See you later. All right, I'm glad he could join us. So I will keep up with the best I can with the chats, everybody.
I will take up that mantle of reminding you.
Thank you. And I'll get caught up here. Deranged Lunatic says, I love that James Arness, who plays the FBI man in here, also played the monster in the original The Thing from Another World. Yes, I'm going to be covering that as well. And we will be covering both The Thing from Another World and The Thing. When it comes to The Thing, though, I think, honestly, because we were talking about like with The Fly and The Blob, about showing them in sequence, but with The Thing, I think I will show the original first before I show the remake. Because they're so polar opposites. I've got to, and they're both, I hate to say both classics because so are both of The Flies and so are both of The Blobs. But I think when it comes to The Thing, I think I'm going to show the original first as one of our classics, Horror Night. And then we'll follow it the next week by the remake of The Thing, because The Thing is one of those big ones, obviously, that I've been putting off because I don't want to show all the good movies, up front first. But there's so many good ones, we will cover them. And Oleg Ray says, yeah, he was a monster in the original Thing. Yeah, imagine that. I was back when seriously, the guy was so unknown, he didn't even have a line in that movie. So this was long before he hit it big with the Gunsmoke, which of course made him famous and rich. Oleg Ray says, Great White North music playing. And Oleg Ray says, cheers, eh?
Yeah. Right. Cheers, eh?
Don't lock up on me. Come on, VLC player. There we go. And of course, they're all confused and they don't know what else to do. And of course, the sheriff is still sulking. If anybody want to knock off Grimm's, why tear down the building to do it? So they're still trying to figure out what happened to the store.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't make sense for someone to just basically drive in there and then throw him in the cellar.
Right. And that's all he keeps thinking about. It's where he says he'll contact. This is back in the days where we had mental institutions. And that's why he said that he's going to contact mental institutions. Everything seemed to indicate a homicidal maniac, because he just can't seem to imagine what else it could possibly be. And I honestly wish they would open up those mental institutions again. They could easily do it and make sure that people aren't tortured like they used to be.
It's true.
It's better than having them out on the streets. And they said that's a waste of time. We would have notified if there was a loony killer on the loose. Gramps got off 4 shots from this 30-30 before the killer did this to the gun. And of course, even a crazy person couldn't break that gun like that. And Blackburn was a crack shot. He could not hit anything he couldn't see. So they're saying that the sheriff or the deputy that got killed was a crack shot, but he didn't do him any good, apparently. Unless your maniac was armored like a battleship.
I
want every available man. Yes. We want every available man and their 2 planes. Then get yourself something to eat and grab some sleep. I don't want you wearing yourself out so you'll fold up on us. Fingerprints on the trailer check out real good. So the owner of the trailer was an FBI agent on vacation with his wife and 2 children. Call the local FBI office. They've got a stake in this case now. Tell them Mr. Ellison's vacation has been extended indefinitely. By the way, everybody, I want you to get ready. Did you guys watch this recently, right? Did you guys watch this recently? I want to see if you guys pick up this cameo that I spotted. Get ready. It'll be coming up here pretty soon. Okay, there's James Arness, like we all said, who went on to play the Thing from Another World, and later on they make it big as Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke for like 22 years. I mean, seriously, that show was on the air more than 2 decades. Oh, and his brother at the time, I don't know if you guys are aware or not, but James Arness, the tall guy sitting down, his brother was Peter Graves, who started Mission Impossible.
Oh, okay.
And who's the other brother? There's 3 of them. It'll hit me later. There's 3 that were famous at the time. They look very similar. Tall, blonde. Oh, yeah, Steve Forrest, who starred in SWAT. And, of course, Amazon Women on the Moon. Hello, PvP. How are you doing there?
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, buddy. It's about time. Jeez.
I'm doing okay. Yeah, a little
Hey,
bit
I was
later,
right. I was right because Nemesis Beaton earlier said, I wonder what time PvP is going to be here. I said probably about 7:30 or 8.
Yeah,
And,
well,
yep.
I worked till 7 and got out of the office about 3 minutes after, and then I stopped to get some gas in the car because the gas tank was getting low, and I didn't want to run out of gas tomorrow on the way to
Got to
work.
do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, I just threw $10 in though because it's so damned expensive. We jumped 19 cents like 2 weeks ago.
Now you have to buy it by the liter there. Is that right?
Yep. $1.79.9 a liter. So
Jeez.
times that by 4 to get a gallon, and that gives you some idea. We're paying like 7 something. I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's your crooked politicians. Just like here, they're allowed to charge whatever they want.
Oh well, the gas companies have always got away with murder, as far as I'm concerned.
Most
politicians
are probably paid for. That's why.
Well, the thing is, though, most products there's competition, right? I can go to a dozen different supermarkets and pay a different price for the same item, right? If I shop carefully, but not with gas. Like, well, I guess there is some variation, like maybe 3 or 4 cents between some stations here, but still, they can often just seem to set their prices, wherever they feel like and get away with it. So, anyway, I'm glad I didn't miss too much of this. Sort of, about halfway through? No, not even. Good.
Let's see.
We haven't even seen the monster.
Oh, not even. Yeah. Yep. We are about 18 minutes into the movie.
Oh, geez. And the monsters probably don't show up for another 10 or 12, right?
10 minutes. I think it's 28 minutes in. They show the first one.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite films. I watched it last night, by the way, while I was eating my supper, and I thoroughly enjoyed it once again. I've probably seen it half a dozen times over the years.
That's why I really like revisiting these older movies, because it's been years and my perspective has completely changed, and I spot all these things that I didn't realize as a kid.
True. I just remember as a kid, it scared the hell out of me when I saw it on the TV for the first time.
I had totally forgotten about James Arness being in this. I was like, I can't believe I didn't notice that.
It's a great cast.
It is. I remember James Whitmore. Honestly, now I think about it, it's been so long as I've seen it. All I remember is James Whitmore, and I remember the little girl.
Oh, yeah.
The old man professor, because they always got to have the old man professor.
Right.
And that's all I remember. And then now looking at this, it's like, wow, no, there's actually a lot more than I remembered.
I think the whole cast was really solid in this. Really, I think they're all pretty great, and they all
And
get a little bit of a scene here and there, right? To show
yes,
off their acting chops, which is
and
nice.
it's a great tight script, and it moves along at a good
Oh,
pace.
the pacing is it's one of the I think one of the best paced movies ever made for me personally, anyway, because it just moves along. There's no slow spots. It never gets boring. There's never
Nope,
any extra stuff that they didn't need. Like there's no fat in this movie at all.
nope. And we talked about earlier how he quickly got over the death of his partner. Was not going to linger on that or on the next scene.
Yeah, well, professional, right?
Yep.
Doing his
And now
job.
is where they're saying they're going to take that to a friend who teaches zoology at the college. No, he
Yes.
already did. That's why they save time. He already took it to the professor at the zoology, and he said never seen anything like it. Lots of evidence loaded with clues, but nothing adds up.
Yeah.
And now they're saying their only real clue is a little girl.
The little girl was brilliant in this movie, by the way.
Yes. Yep.
Really
And
good.
he says, right, and you can see that James Whitmore's character, the sheriff, has a personal stake in the little girl that he's interested,
Hmm.
knowing that she's the last survivor of that family.
Right. Yeah, it's nice to see. It's nice to see Whitmore in a movie. I always enjoy his performances. I think he's one of the most underrated actors that ever lived in Hollywood because I always found him to be an excellent actor. Like
Yeah,
no
he
matter what
didn't
I
get a
saw
lot
him.
of he didn't get a lot of leading roles, but the movies he was in were
Yeah,
good. Yeah,
he didn't get a
I
lot of
was still
respect. Yeah.
I was PvP before the movie started. I mentioned his movie, The Next Voice You Hear. Have you seen that? Where God's on the radio and he's in it.
No, I haven't seen that one. Gosh,
Yeah,
I
it's an
mean,
old
there's
black. It's an old black and white movie with him in it, and it's called The Next Voice You Hear, and it's where
oh
it took place during the day before they had TVs, where everybody was listening to the radio, and then suddenly
oh
God's voice came on in every radio around the world in all the different
oh
languages.
wow, that sounds pretty weird. Is that like kind of sci-fi then? It sounds like almost or fantasy at least.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think now. I don't think it hinted too much over to the religious aspect, but it was a
Hmm.
good movie. I need to see it again. But I think one of his last movies was The Majestic with Jim Carrey and John Goodman.
Okay, I
And
haven't seen
remember,
that one either.
he was also in the Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, it's another one I haven't seen. There's so many movies I haven't seen over the years, and I probably
Well,
only seen a handful of his films to be
well,
honest.
this is gonna upset a lot of people, but I didn't like Shawshank Redemption. But you can go ahead and see it if you want. But I know a lot of people
Oh,
did like it.
I probably will someday, maybe, but not at the top of my watch list. I just want to mention another film that I actually did see Whitmore in. Was a film called I don't know if you guys have ever even heard of this film. It's a film called Black Like Me.
Yeah, I think I saw it a long time ago. It sounds familiar.
I saw it and I was really impressed by it. Like maybe the makeup doesn't quite work nowadays to our modern eyes, but he was excellent in that. It was basically all about racism in the South, I guess, right? If I
Well, if
remember.
it's blackface, yeah, you're not gonna
Yeah,
like people
I
watch
haven't
that
seen it in
anymore.
like 35 years, so I'd have to rewatch it to really, have an honest critique. But
That's
I
how
just
I am with
remember,
it. Yeah, the next
yeah,
voice you hear is the same way. I haven't seen it in probably 30 or 40 years.
but I do remember his performance once again was a standout, a real standout, and it really took the topic seriously and sort of delved into it. Like pretty brave film, I think was like 50s or 60s, right? So
Yep,
yeah, pretty brave stuff.
yep,
It never get made now.
yep. So now they're then introducing the county medical officer. So they're
We
starting
do
to
have a
bring their
few
team
chat spots
together.
if you want to catch up on
Thank you,
that.
thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. No worries.
Deranged lunatic. Yeah, I noticed after I sent the message that it said mobster instead of monster. It's okay. I do the same thing all the time. It's that stupid autocorrect garbage. Ola Greg says, I suspect the killer is a Yankee. And Ola Greg says, spell check sucks. Draw, hold on. Ola Greg says, draw, bam, bam. And Ola Greg says, they tried to switch to metric gas pumps here long ago, but it didn't go well.
Well, you guys never went
Oh,
metric anyway
interesting.
down there. You guys are one of the few countries that never went metric, right?
No, no, we don't. Except for our medical industry uses it sometimes.
Huh.
Ola Greg says, monsters are here very early, but just off screen. Yes, that's true. Just enough to tease the audience, right? Ola Greg says, wonderful. use of practical monster effects. I totally agree. Think about it. It's the same effects that did Jabba the Hutt. Oleg Greg says he didn't get over losing his friend. He just put his emotions. Well, I stand corrected, Oleg Greg. He just put his emotions aside for later, but he is very angry. Great and subtle acting. Yes, I completely agree.
I guess he was compartmentalizing his emotions, perhaps.
Well, he wasn't going to let it jeopardize his job because obviously they're going to pull him off the case if he actually.
Well, and he has his duty to protect the community too, right? And he's that kind of good cop that
Well,
cares.
and well, not only that though, but he's got a personal stake in this because his partner is dead.
Yeah,
and he's the one and he's got the connection with the little girl because he's the one that found her in the desert.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked his partner. He wasn't in the film long, but he was a likable guy.
Yep, believable.
Yes.
If it was a modern day movie, they would have wrote the officer like a bumbling fool and like a jerk, and that he deserved to die. That's exactly how they would have done it if it had been a modern day movie. Oh, and James Whitmore would be a woman.
I don't know if that's an image I want in my head, to be honest, Pop.
And here you go. This is when we used to have telegrams, kids.
Yeah, I remember those. Well, not personally, but I remember seeing
in the movies,
old
right?
movies. Yeah.
Stop. Dr. Medford, two of them, Department of Agriculture. So that's good. They're putting the people together. They're sending it, basically these samples to all the different places, and nobody knows what's going on. Cigarette in the mouth. You won't see that anymore. Except unless you're watching Oppenheimer, I guess.
I like how they do assemble the team bit by bit as the movie goes along. It takes a while. It's nice, slow-paced introduction of the characters.
And it makes it look more expensive, yes, instead of low budget where it's, and I'm not going to knock it, but like movies like, for example, like Kingdom of the Spiders, it would show a few people, but they would never really put together a team.
Right.
And by the way, I'm going to shout this out, cameo, or it's not really a cameo, this is one of the stars, Edmund Gwenn. A lot of you guys might recognize him as Santa Claus from the original Miracle on 34th Street with Natalie Wood.
Yep. I was just going to mention that. Definitely. Yeah. Probably my favorite Santa movie, actually, come to think of it.
I was always disappointed as a kid. They never showed him in the damn sled and flying.
Well,
even at the end of the movie, I still never realized if he's supposed to be really Santa or just some lunatic.
Well, they only hinted at it, I guess.
Yeah.
But don't forget, though, there is that scene at the end when they go to the house that looks exactly like what Natalie
Like the one she always wanted, right?
And then they noticed in the corner or whatever, there's the cane, right, leaning against the wall, like his cane. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe he really is Santa Claus, I kind of liked how they didn't, overplay that, though, right? They left it up to the audience to kind of decide for themselves, I think.
And it was a great Santa Claus had giant ants instead of reindeer.
Great script.
They're introducing each other. Sergeant Ben Peterson. God, what is going on with my video player?
Maybe you need to upgrade something, or
no, bear with me, guys. I'm gonna have to. It did this last week too. It just stops, and I have to close it. Okay, so we're at about 20 minutes 51 seconds.
I remember last week. Yeah, it did the same thing, didn't it?
Yeah, bear with me here just for a moment.
Hey guys, did Gorilla leave already? Like
he had to go pick up his son.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
Yeah, he had to bail. That's too bad.
Yeah. Usually Gorilla's he's here like, every week pretty much. Oh well. We can hold down the fort, I guess.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, for this movie is probably one of the more ones I've seen the most when it comes to like early '50s movies,
Okay.
like or black and white films at the very least. I think the only other black and white film that I've watched more often than this is Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah, that's a pretty good film too.
I thoroughly enjoyed it, and it was
Yeah,
introduced to me in high school.
yeah. There's a lot of great films made back then. That was '60s though, I guess.
What
Doctor
in the?
Strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Kubrick.
Yeah. Yeah, this film's
It's
just so
funny
well
because like,
made.
oh, they are, and like, there's a couple chats here that I think Euler Greg was saying Santa versus giant ants. What do we got here? Okay, Euler Greg says, I think he quietly added the Tommy gun to his car, which probably for sure. He also says it's like two different movies, a detective drama at first and then an awesome monster movie, which, yeah, this is pretty sweet in that regard because it's like, oh,
Yeah.
what, there's a mystery.
Yeah, it's like a police procedural for the first 30 minutes or so, right? Until the
Mm-hmm.
ants show up, and then it totally switches gears and goes into goes into overdrive, I guess, so to speak, from then on. I like how they hint at the ants in the early scenes, though. When we just hear the sound, it's such a creepy sound effect. I'm not sure how they actually created it, but there's probably
Oh,
information, I guess, somewhere about it.
Pop
But
actually told us about it. It's like a chorus of tree frogs
oh, geez,
that they used and like I
wow,
believe layered over top of each other. And there's
oh
like two
that's
different species that you can hear
that's
in the
cool.
movies.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
it's
what.
great.
Yeah, it gives it that real organic effect. Then I was always wondering because I thought that does really sound like something alive, like you know, because sometimes in sci-fi movies the creatures don't really sound realistic somehow.
Oh, for sure. They're made with like either synthesizers or something.
Yeah, yeah, some kind of sound effects. Gee, I hope Pop can get his video running again.
Yeah, I'm working on
Yeah,
it. VLC's being a pain. I don't know what it is. Bear with me, guys. Sorry.
no
Jeez.
worries. Euler Greg says Santa versus the giant ants. I'd watch that movie,
Actually, that could be pretty good.
right? And then Euler Greg says the skipper is the only real Santa.
Have you guys ever seen, speaking of Santa movies, have you ever seen one? I think it's called Santa versus Satan or something. It's like a
No, but I'd
Mexican.
probably watch that.
It's like a Mexican film from I think the '60s, and it is just as weird as it sounds. It's actually very well produced too, which is kind of the amazing part. Let me see if I can Google it and find it here.
Yeah,
Guys,
like the only
guys, bear with me.
Santa movies that
I'm going to reboot my laptop, so I'm going to disappear for the stream for a couple of minutes, okay?
Sure. Okay.
yeah, no worries, buddy. We got this. We'll be here. Yeah, the only like I remember I didn't watch too many Santa movies growing up. I remember watching bits and pieces of like once again there's a horror channel that we had called Shadow Lane, and
Oh,
I'd always
really?
get to tune in and see. Yeah, because we had satellite out in the country. I was spoiled, very spoiled that
Cool.
way. My dad
Wow.
worked for Star Choice, so it was great.
Yeah, we used to get back when I was a kid in the '60s. We used to have every Friday there'd be something that would come on at midnight called Suspense Theater, and there'd be like Suspense Theater 1 and then Suspense Theater 2. So you could basically start watching these creepy old horror and sci-fi flicks at midnight, and quite often you'd be going through to like 4 in the morning or something, right? It was great as a kid. I loved it. And they'd always
Oh,
show
dude, that
like
sounds awesome.
well, they'd always show like really cool B movies and like Hammer horror flicks, with all those great vampire movies, and yeah, they'd have all kind and a really nice mixture of stuff too. And it went for years and years, and then of course now they never seem to show any movies much on TV anymore, really, unless it's prime time. But they used to show lots at late night at one time. Oh, I found the film title. It's actually just called Santa Claus. It's a 1959 film. Sometimes also known as Santa Claus versus the Devil. Mexican
See, now
fantasy film.
that's a much better title in my opinion, like than
Yeah,
Santa Claus,
much catchier. Yeah, yeah. It's
right?
it's
Like, yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Although
It's
you
fun.
could trick more people with just a Santa Claus movie.
Well, that would be more mainstream, I guess. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to put. I don't think Pop would mind if I post it in the private chat if you want to check it out later. I'm just going to
Oh
put
yeah,
the
no, he wouldn't.
I'm going to put the Wikipedia entry in here. I think that should do it. It's got a picture on Wikipedia of the guy playing the devil, and he's absolutely ridiculous looking. It's just great. It's
Oh,
hilarious.
amazing.
It's hilarious. But the thing is, at the
But
start of the film, when we see, Santa's, hideout or whatever the heck they call Santa's, lair, it's really cool looking. Like it's really elaborate, quite elaborate for like a B movie, I would think, right? Probably, because I think it's probably a B movie, but it almost looks like an A film, like the production values in some parts of it. It's quite impressive, really. Very entertaining film.
right, like that's good. That's good. Like once again, it doesn't sound like this is the devil one you're talking about, right?
Yeah, yeah, Santa Claus versus the Devil.
Okay, yeah, for sure. It's yeah, definitely something that could be really interesting. I'll definitely check it out. Maybe I
It's
won't
only
watch it, but I'll definitely. How
it's
long
only
is it?
not it's only 97 minutes too, so it's not that much of a watch, really. You know, it's probably on. I bet you it's on YouTube for free. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised at all because there's so many movies on YouTube these days that turn up. It seems, especially if they're kind of weird and obscure things. Sometimes, you don't get too many of the blockbusters, but sometimes the weird stuff will show up for sure.
Ah, weird can be good. We've got a couple more chats here from Oiler Greg. What's he saying? We've got. I heard giant ants before Gorilla left. Hopefully they didn't eat him. That'd be a heck of a thing to see Gorilla fight some giant ants. I bet he'd take out a few.
Yeah, I'd put even money on his chances anyway.
Oh, for sure, right? Like I don't know if he knows to aim for the antennae or not, but
Hey, here it is. I just found it. I'm going to post the link in the private chat for you if you want to check it out. Just give
yeah,
me a
dude, no worries.
second here. It's actually a little shorter. It's just under 95 minutes on YouTube, so they must maybe cut a few minutes out. Let me see. Give me a second here. But yeah, if you're got doing something some night, like just relax in front of the TV or the video internet screen and just take a look, and I think you'll be amused. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's kind of, humorous in a lot of aspects, but it is very entertaining.
I'll have to check it out. Euler Greg
Yes.
says Doctor Strangelove is a great movie. I agree, Euler Greg. It's probably one of my favorites of all time. I've seen it so many fucking times. Oh my god, I love it. I
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah, it's I was actually pretty impressed with the first Doctor Strange movie. Oh, you're talking Doctor Strangelove. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Doctor
Wrong
Strange
movie.
Love, or yeah,
Actually,
no. And I mean, don't get me wrong. The first Doctor Strange from Marvel was. I enjoyed it,
yeah,
like
I thought
for
it
what
was
it
fun.
was.
It was an entertaining film for sure. Maybe not a classic, but it was entertaining, right? So, yeah.
The
But Doctor
visuals were
Strangelove.
trippy. It was really neat. You
Oh,
were just like,
yeah.
oh,
It was very comic book visuals, like very trippy visuals. Yeah. Kind of like the way I always imagined Doctor Strange should be if it was a film, right? So they did a good job on that. But I heard the second one was horrible from all the reviews I've read.
oh, yeah. I don't think I ever saw it. I stopped watching after Endgame. Like it's
Yeah.
not really ever been my thing.
It
Like
seems
I'm
like,
always more been like a monster movie guy or like
yeah.
a science fiction guy versus comic books.
Yeah, I can kind of take or leave superhero films. Well, I mean, there's ones like Christopher Reeve and the first Superman movie that I go back to every once in a while, just because I think it's a great performance by him. But yeah, I've never been a huge. Well, I guess the Batman films. Some of the Batman films are kind of fun, I suppose.
Oh, for sure. And like, don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, if I'm gonna pick like a superhero movie, I guess I'd throw on Blade versus like anything. It's like who doesn't like Wesley Snipes killing vampires, and that's a fucking superhero apparently.
Yeah,
So
basically, I guess. Yeah.
Well, no, he is. Like we're talking about making a new Blade movie at like
Oh,
PG-13 or something.
that'll
It's gonna
ruin.
be
Well,
awful.
that'll be ruined then. Yeah.
Oh,
What
yeah, it's not gonna
you
be
don't
good.
have any faith in Disney's Blade?
No, no. I mean, we can
No,
always hope. We live in hope and we die in despair is usually how it goes. But
exactly right. That's why all these people saying, "Oh my goodness, Deadpool 3 and Wolverine's going to be the best thing ever. It's going to save the Marvel studio." Bull, 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 all the way down the line. If everybody believes that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, I think superhero movies are pretty much dead. It seems to me. Personally.
Well, and you know what it is? It's not because we don't want to see them. It's not because there's not great superheroes. It's because they just will not hire good writers anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
yep, yep.
because it does kind of play like standard fodder, doesn't it? It's just like keep cranking the same stuff out over and over and over again.
And it's got to have that political message. It's all got to be, men bad, women strong. The garbage. The usual.
Yeah, yeah. Oh well, you got this working again. That's good.
Had to reboot. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
No worries. Good to have you back,
Hey,
buddy.
Nemesis and I are good at chatting away anyway. So
Yes, thank you for holding up the fort while I was gone. There, let me resize this a little bit more. There we go. That's better.
Yeah, no
Thank you,
worries.
guys.
We tried to keep it as horror and sci-fi related as we could. We were talking
I
about.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
you
no
might.
worries, buddy.
Hey, Pop, you might want to take out the chat at the bottom because it's kind of blocking the subtitles a bit. Just thought I'd mention it. There we go.
There you go. Yeah, good one. Good call. We have
I'm
like
not
3 more
sure how
chats to
many.
go through.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I left off.
We're
Did you guys
at
read?
B's comment with Euler Greg.
Oh yeah, I remember the Tommy gun comment. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
You already read this one?
yeah.
Yep.
How about that?
Yep.
Yep,
Yep.
that one too.
Yep.
Yep, that one. Yeah.
I think. Yep. Doctor Strange is a great movie. I'll say it again. Yep. The movies. There we go. That's where we left off.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Houston was destroyed in the swarm at Independence Day, both times by our own side. And Ole Greg says, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." LOL. All right, here we go. Thank you guys for your patience, and we will resume. Yeah, we're a little bit behind. There we go. Let me get caught up where we left off, where it froze, which was right around the airplane.
Yeah, you said about 21 minutes in, I believe, if I remember correctly, Pop.
There we go. Yeah, it's just as Santa Claus was unboarding. And now, of course, you got to have your love interest.
Man, I was happy to see her.
Yeah, she's looking fashionably 50s. She looks really good.
Yeah, very very prim and proper.
And of course, all the men are suddenly on her like a horn dog.
Yeah, I guess
nothing but a sausage fest.
I better not spoil it. I'll wait till we get a little further in before I make a comment about the love interest angle.
Okay. Looks like somebody has some dirty fingernails. But here's what they're planning on. They got the mines here, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. And I like too, she's smart. So she's not in there just to make coffee. She is smart.
And that's kind of what I like about her is like she's like an actual scientist and she's like there to help and not just be like useless.
Coffee? Yes, would you like more coffee? That seems to be one of the big tropes is coffee.
Yeah, seen that one
Who
plenty
doesn't
of
like
times.
coffee,
Well, they make fun of it. What's good is there's a comedy movie that I'm a big fan of called Lobster Man from Mars. And it was one of Patrick McNee's last movies. It's a comedy. It's narrated by Dr. Demento.
Oh, great.
But there's a scene where there's a woman, these two men are talking and they're trying to solve something. And this woman walks in and she has a great suggestions. And she goes, well, what about this? And they said, oh, honey, just go back in the kitchen and make some coffee. And then she came in, well, what if it could be? Oh, no, just go make coffee. But they were parodying those scenes where the woman just there to make coffee. And unfortunately, sad to say, Judy does that many times in Lost in Space. Coffee, more coffee.
I like how they do play up the scientific angle throughout the film too, right?
Right.
They don't just mention it for a minute or two and then discard it and turn into an action flick. The scientists actually have, a fairly significant role right through till the end of the film, which is great.
Right. And what's good too is a lot of what they're saying is based in actual facts and things like about ants and stuff. They're not just throwing in a bunch of technical jargon for the heck of it.
Like the formic acid bit, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah, ants actually do that.
Yeah, this kid's amazing. This is a great performance. Really
hesitate using her cure to diminish the spasms, so she's too young. So here's what to get the idea is to use that turmeric or whatever that stuff is, like a smelling salt.
This is really great writing for a B movie. That's for sure.
I think it was considered an A movie.
Oh, okay.
I know we now look back at it as a B movie, but back then it was an A movie.
Okay.
We were talking about that early on, that they actually had a pretty good budget. And VVP, this was originally supposed to be filmed in color and 3D.
Gee, I wonder if that would have improved it or not.
The only reason why they didn't was because they were having trouble with the 3D camera rig. Warner Brothers, they sent a director down the next day. He said, look, we don't have time to mess with this. Just make the whole thing in two-dimensional.
Yeah, I never was a big fan of 3D, to be honest, anyway, to tell you the truth.
Well, I have some of the original 3D movies in the real 3D, not the blue and red, and they look fantastic. Like I have the original House of Wax, Creature from the Black Lagoon, full color 3D, not red and blue. And it looks amazing. It looks just like the new stuff they make now.
Oh, okay.
It's just that most people, when they think of the old 3D movies, they think of the blue and red because they saw them on television.
Yeah, that's probably all I ever saw, actually, and it didn't impress me too much.
Here's where she gets her famous line. Damn, see, there it is.
Yeah, the kid's great in this scene. Really convincing.
Yeah, she's awesome.
I'm trying to find the budget for them here, and I'm just not finding it. Box office was over $2 million in rentals. I guess that must be on like VHS or something. I don't know.
What was his box office? That means box office, and that's good. That's not bad at all, considering what the movie was probably 50 cents at the theater to go pay to see it.
No, but I'm trying to guess what the budget was for the film, right, when they made it. Like, and I don't see it listed here, unfortunately.
Hold on a second. We'll see if I can. There's a site that I usually look at. I don't know, but I'll go back this far. But let's see. It used to be a really good website until they were bought out by Amazon or one of those horrible things.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like I remember there used to be a website called All Music that had a lot of good reviews about different albums, and then they got bought out by some big company and they just ruined it. I haven't been on there in years because it's not worth it anymore.
$2.2 million. Oh, cashed in $2.2 million. But I can't see how much it costs.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
Oh, it cost around $200,000 to make.
That's actually not a whole lot.
Nope. Try that these days, huh?
Amazing. Yeah, geez, that's really incredible what they could make a film for back then.
They're like, quick, put on these goggles. That'll help you with the dust storm.
Yeah, definitely that sandstorm.
Yeah, that was pretty funny. He helped him adjust his goggles.
Right, like it's supposed to be super sandy and blowy, but none of their hats are blowing away or anything. They're like, yeah, we're fine. It's like
Yep.
not that bad.
That's a good point. I hadn't actually really thought about that, but yeah, that's a good point.
Well, they did think about it because they did put the fans on the trees behind them.
Yeah.
But then again, like as an actor, I wouldn't want to actually be getting blasted with sand and be like, oh, here you go, earn your paycheck today, boys. She's like,
Right.
oh god, no, yeah.
And they want them to look good. Their hair would be blowing all over the place if they had those hats off.
That's true.
Right.
Yeah.
Like we will see the sand blowing in the next scene with the big reveal coming up, which is going to be awesome.
Right. Now look, Miss. Oh my God, he called her Miss. Can you imagine that now?
This is the scene I was going to mention earlier, but I'll wait till it plays through.
Now here's where he's doubting her. Of course, he's being very impatient because she's being coy. She doesn't really want to say what it is because she doesn't know if she's right or not. And he's upset. He's like, look, now I'm a reporter. What is it you guys are you trying to cover this up? What's going on? He's being very impatient. They're those big words.
Well, like if you just went, hey man, it's a giant ants. I'm here for giant ants. Would you get taken seriously?
It's
Well,
like, yeah.
a scientist isn't going to conjecture. They're going to try and find the facts before they make any kind of statement.
Well, right, because they don't want to look. They don't want to look like a fool. They don't want to say 5 minutes later, "Oops, take back what I said. I was wrong."
Well, they don't want to ruin their reputation either, right? As being reliable, right? So,
Exactly.
This is monstrous. So it's the murder of 5 people, Doctor. So they're still trying to get him out, trying to get him to say what it is.
So we have a bunch of chats here, Pop.
Thank you.
No worries.
Hopefully, I started the last one. Yes, I did. Good. Captain Finity, oh snap, PvP. Now you know it's a real party. And Oleg Greg says, I love the desert scenes. Desolate and spooky. Perfect direction and acting. I completely agree.
yeah,
On
totally.
location, not in a sound stage. On location.
Yeah, it looks so great.
Captain Finity, you're in a desert. Oleg Greg says 10-10. And Herc says the canines in the Air Force use are called doggles. Interesting. And Captain Finity says stylish. And I don't want to show street elements. Okay, there we go. Stylish. All right. Captain Finity, thank you.
All right, good catch up.
And Avery says, I understand your impatience, but please believe me, I'm not being coy with you. If I'm wrong, no harm has been done. But if I'm correct, in the morning evidence only fortifies my theory.
I just want to mention in the previous scene when he was talking to the lady scientist there, that's what I mentioned earlier about the love interest. It didn't really ever turn into a love interest, which I thought was great, because usually you'd go with the standard love interest stuff, which would have really, dragged the film down, padded it out.
Right, screeches to a stop, in other words.
Exactly, yeah. And she just he's trying to diss her father, and she just puts him totally in his place, right?
Yep.
She just tells him where to go, and I love that scene. It's hilarious. It's just awesome stuff.
I agree, because he tried to insult the old man, and she's like,
Yeah.
oh no.
She's like, you don't know what you're talking about, buddy. And you ain't getting
right,
any of this either.
Right, and especially because according to the plot, he's just a reporter in a small town, and that's a world-renowned scientist. Come on.
Exactly. Talk about disrespect, right?
That was a great shot. And here we go.
Here
The big
we go.
reveal.
Oh, looks like another footprint, people.
And what you can't hear is the sound in the wind.
Right. Because they can all hear the sound, but they can't tell where it's coming from. And of course, I can't show too much or I'll get a copyright strike, which really sucks. This is like one of the best scenes in movie history, horror history. This is like one of those standout scenes, like the scene we were talking about earlier in The Fly, where it says, help me, help me. That's where this scene stands out.
Oh, yeah, that's a good scene, too. And I like how, with the wind and the sand, it kind of...
Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
There it is.
Amazing.
Thank you for your unsolicited testimonial, Pooch. And she steps back.
But I like how the first reveal, there's got the, you've got the desert sands blowing, so it kind of masks the ant a little bit, right? So it's not like they reveal it totally in this first shot.
Yeah.
PPP, let me ask you. I think we talked about this before you got here. But do you think it's a good thing that it ended up being in black and white and not colored? Because I was thinking that if it was in color, they would look more fake. What do you think?
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think, and also with the actual on location atmospheric, because it's very atmospheric, the film with the on location stuff here, right? And if it had been color, I think it would have lost something. I really do. I think you're right. I think the ants might have looked totally fake if we'd saw what color they were, right? Because that would have been another thing. Like, how do you get the correct color of what an ant should be when they're that big, right?
Right. It said just black or red, depending on whatever color they were.
Yeah, it would have been a lot of extra work too to get them to look right. I would think color wise. So I don't have.
Well, no, remember, no. As far as that's concerned, they already had a plan for the shoot them in color. It's only because one of the cameras broke down.
Yeah, I don't mind it being in black and white at all. I think
me either.
I think it works.
It does. It does. Some movies are better that way.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great atmospheric film.
You saw where the movie The Mist, where Frank Darabont put out a black and white version.
I've never seen that.
I have not.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah, because he's a big fan of these old movies. So yeah, anybody who's seen The Mist about the supermarket where the monsters are trying to, the big giant mosquitoes and stuff. Yeah, the director is a big. He obviously Frank Darabont. He also did The Blob from the '80s, but he grew up watching these movies. So he released a black and white version of The Mist. Or you can just, if you have the movie, play it and just turn the color off.
Well, that's always an option too. Yeah.
But the difference is, right, when he released, the thing is that you could turn the color off, but you're not seeing it as it would look if it was filmed in black and white. So when he released his black and white version, he went back and color graded it for black and white pretty much to where it looked like it was filmed in black and white. So you can't just simply turn it off. And there we break out the machine gun. And that's nice. It shows it putting the holes inside of it.
That's pretty cool. I kind of like how he had a machine gun in his cop car too. That's pretty good.
Yes, and we were missing the scene where they said, "Aim for the antenna, aim for the antenna,"
which is the classic scene.
Yeah.
Yes, because that's how they can see and hear and sense.
Yeah, so they can't communicate without their antenna, right? So yeah.
Right, and also call for backup. Right.
Yeah, this is awesome stuff.
In reality, we all know. I mean, can you imagine an ant that size would be all over them in a matter of a split second?
Oh yeah, they wouldn't stand a chance.
Right.
Between the formic acid getting sprayed out of its butt or getting mauled with the mandibles, they get eviscerated.
Right? We all know how fast they are. We all know how strong they are.
Like, it's funny. Everyone's always like, "Oh, what's the scariest animal to you if it got like big, like the size of a car?" And I always say ants. Because everyone's like, "Oh, spiders." Then again, like, a car-sized millipede would be fucking terrifying too. But
yeah, that would not be good.
Ants work in a team versus like a solitary predator.
Well, that's the thing too. They wouldn't just attack you one-on-one. They'd surround you, right?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have a chance.
They can pick your house up because they can lift things 100 times their weight. Like, it's just,
that's what they do. Yeah, there's
really
videos where when they come up across a big opponent, they just all surround it and cover it.
Strength in numbers, baby.
When you think about it, ants are pretty damn terrifying if they were that big.
Yes.
Like, yikes.
Oh, we're lucky that they're as small as they are.
We are lucky, yes.
See, that's
and
why
they're talking about.
That's why
the radiation from the atomic bomb.
Right. Here's where they link it to the atomic bomb. No, you're right. This is why I still hold out hope if we can get a good, scary monster movie with giant insects. That's why I was so disappointed in that damn Eight-Legged Freaks. Because now when they make a movie, they've got to make it a shitty comedy with horrible actors, and there's got to be jokes, and everybody's dumb and stupid. And oh, I still hold out the hope one good movie with killer giant monsters.
I think the problem is, Pop, that they assume the audience are all idiots, so
They
they make
do.
films geared to idiots, right?
They do. They
Which
think the only people
sucks.
that go in to see these movies are 12-year-olds.
Yeah. That's why I rarely go to. The last film I went to was the last James Bond movie, and that's like what, a year ago at least. It's
A
like,
couple
man,
years, something like that.
yeah. I just
Well, my
never.
last movie was Avatar, 2009. So,
Mm, yeah, I never had any desire to see out the Avatar
but see,
movies. To be honest.
every time these crappy movies come out, like Megan and The Red Door, or whatever, and Insidious, every time those come out and make money, that's another nail in the coffin that we will never see a good horror movie again.
I don't get why they're doing it. They're doing it to themselves too. I mean,
They
Hollywood's
make money; they
basically
don't
ruined
care.
itself.
They spend $2 million, the movie makes 10. They consider it a profit, and they on to the next one.
Oh, oh, okay. You're
You can
talking
thank
small budget.
Blumhouse for that.
You're talking small budget films then. Okay.
Well, that's what all horror movies are now. They don't make big budget horror movies anymore.
Mm.
I just dread when this Exorcist comes out, and I'll be like, "Oh my god!"
Well, thank goodness we still have the old films to watch, right?
So far, yeah, physical media, everybody.
That's
Look at
what I
that!
got.
Look at that
Shell,
stinger.
shelves full of it.
Yep. Because the day's going to come where the studios are going to stop selling hard copies because they're going to want you to watch their new versions on their streaming service.
Yeah, well, it'll be a cold day in hell when I do that. I got no interest in streaming. I think it's kind of a scam, really. The whole
Well, it
thing.
is. Everybody's realizing that's why they're all losing money now,
Yeah,
especially Disney. Thank goodness.
yeah. I love to see these big companies lose money. They deserve to.
Sure do.
Hey, a little bit of a biblical reference there. Gee, we had to work in a little bit of religion there for a
Yeah,
second.
they can actually do it back then and get away with it, unlike now.
Yeah.
Now people be calling for boycott.
But they do it in
We
a
got
tasteful
that.
and even with a religious line, they do it in a tasteful and intelligent way, right? They don't
Right,
like
without beating you over the head, right?
exactly. Yeah.
So we got some more chats here, Pop.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully I started the last one. Oop, I don't want Stream Elements. Damn you to hell, Stream Elements. Herkwood 30 says, those Joshua trees look like the ones around Palmdale where I used to live. Yeah, I think about those. And I've driven through where they had those, and all I think of is heat, hot, heat, hot. Oleg Greg says World War II generation was awesome. Without blinking an eye, he instantly goes into combat mode. And he prepared for something else. Yeah, notice they didn't stand around and get everybody's opinion first and start crying, right? And Oleg Greg says Tommy gun, probably brought home from the war, like Dad's M1 carbine. Shh. And Oleg Greg says aim for the other antenna. There you go. And Oleg Greg says I saw Cocaine Bear this year and it was okay. You know what, Oleg Greg, I saw the trailer for. Well, first of all, I saw the trailer for Cocaine Bear, and the first thing I noticed is how bad the CGI was, and I thought every scene they showed had bad CGI. And then I saw it was directed and written by one of the broads that was in the new Charlie's Angels and Ghostbusters 2016. She's one of those with the raccoon eyes.
Oh, are
It's
you
like,
kidding? Oh God.
no. Between that, I had to pass.
Yeah,
Because you know it's going to be another movie where the men are all stupid and women are in charge, and I'm just not in the mood to see movies like that anymore.
well, the film was basically about what, a bear high on cocaine killing people? Was that the basic premise?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you see, that premise alone is something I have zero interest in ever watching.
Well, not only that, but the story that it was based on, the bear sniffed a little bit of cocaine and died like 5 minutes later. It wasn't nothing like the movie. It was like they just told a room, right? They just told a room full of screenwriters, "Hey, write a movie about a cocaine bear,"
Oh God.
But none of that was based in fact.
The writers were probably on cocaine when they wrote it.
Well, it was a room full of women.
but it's ridiculous what they do nowadays. I mean, these movies, I don't
All
know.
right, long live the strike. Long live the strike. I hope
Yeah,
it goes on forever.
it doesn't bother me at all. I'll tell you that.
No, this I was mentioning earlier too. The where you got here, the studios are starting to hire AIs behind their backs, and I like that.
They might write better stuff, actually. Artificial intelligence, I'm not a big fan of the concept, but who
Now
knows? Is it going to be
remember
any
this.
worse than what they're writing now?
Right. Just remember this. Just because it's AI doesn't mean they're not going to interject their politics.
Oh, they'll program it somehow for that.
Right. They're still going to keep it. Sorry, they're still going to keep the agenda.
Yeah, seems like
Well,
it.
the Greg says people were chanting "Cocaine Bear" in the theater. Well, they must have been on cocaine, I guess. Heard 130. I don't endorse bears on cocaine, but ill-tempered sea bass is okay, or sharks with
Nice.
lasers, sharks with lasers.
Nice.
Oleg Greg
Good
says
Austin Powers reference.
Oleg Greg says a laser shark killed my brother. Peter Chekhov reference. These things are moving fast. Oleg Greg, a modern slasher movie. It was fun. Y'all wouldn't understand.
Well, I didn't care for the older slasher movies personally, so yeah, I guess I'm not a fan.
Well, it depends on the movie. There's a lot of old slasher movies I wasn't a fan of because it's just like, one after the other, after the other, after the other. But I like Halloween. Well, the Greg said the movie wasn't woke at all.
Well, it's about a bear. How's it going to be woke?
I think what I saw because of Oleg Greg in the previews, it showed like I think a fat black lady sheriff. And I'm just like, I'm not in the mood to see that anymore.
That sounds like entertainment, right? Jeez.
Well, and it was not only that though, but the movie infamously sat on the shelf for like 3 or 4 years before it was released because the studio had no faith in it.
That tells you something, yeah. Oh well.
Okay, let me mark this. There we go. So now here they are, the ants. They're out looking for ant nests. Always got to have the old scientist. That's one of the staples of these old movies back then. You got to have the professor.
Well, you know what I like about a movie character like this is you got an old geezer who's actually intelligent, useful, and capable. Like, geez, like an old person that's actually got good qualities and isn't like ready for the cemetery. Like, you know,
Yep.
let's face it. There's so much ageism, and I notice it from time to time. There's this ageism. Like, they think if you're over 50, you should just pack it up and yeah, and buy a coffin or something, right?
Well, like we said earlier,
But
if this was a modern movie, he would be a bumbling fool, right?
no, he'd be an old doddering. Yeah, he'd have Alzheimer's or something.
And he would die like really early on, right?
Probably.
Of course, his daughter would have to replace him because
Oh
she's
yeah,
smarter than him, right?
but she'd be woke, of course, right? She'd
Of
be a Mary
course,
Sue.
right?
Geez, we could almost write this stuff now, Pop.
So
Not that
easy,
we'd
yes.
want to. Oh, brother.
But this is where they do play a little bit of the joke. Yes, he's smart, but he doesn't know how to use the radio. So they have a little bit of humor where they're saying,
Well,
"You got to say
there's
over. You got to say over."
there's a
And
bit of truth in that, though. Bit of truth in that, because I'm not totally up on. I mean, I'm pretty good with technology generally, but there are some things that do kind of confuse me. I gotta admit.
Well, that professor wouldn't have any reason to know how to use a radio.
Exactly. And it was one little nice bit of comedy in a movie that's actually pretty serious for the most part.
But I'm saying I thought it was kind of cool. And here's where James Whitmore kept saying, "You got to say over." And of course, he's disgruntled.
Well, why should he really care? Really, he's
Oh, they're all
looking
kind
for
of
giant
laughing.
ants. Why does he really want me to say over at the end of my whatever? Okay, sure.
God, James Arnett looks so young here.
Yeah, Arness is actually pretty good in this film. Like, I mean, let's face it, 22 years on Gunsmoke, he pretty much got typecast. That's pretty much the only thing people
Yeah,
remember him for
that's
now,
all
right?
right. Everything he did after that was either Return to Gunsmoke or How the West Was Won, or some other western, right?
Yeah, strap on a gun there, Arness.
Well,
Right
he
out in the
wasn't
West
stupid,
again.
right? He wasn't dumb. Whatever gave him a big paycheck, I guess.
Oh, well, 22 years doing one thing on a TV show, like he could probably do it in his sleep after a couple
Well,
of
yeah,
seasons.
but the last 5 seasons or so, he had it written in his contract where they kept making his role smaller and smaller, right?
Well, I guess after 22 years, after
Right.
that long,
So,
you'd get
right,
bored. Yeah.
if you go and you start watching the show, you'll notice in the later seasons the less and less of Matt Dillon you see, and it would
Okay.
center around other characters.
Oh well, I guess I don't blame him really. That's a very cool looking helicopter, by the way. Oh, I love this scene. This scene always creeps me out.
That is excellent.
Oh, it's so creepy. And then don't they see his the cop's partner here at some point, like what's left?
On the point something out here really quick.
Oh, that looks so good. Gee, that's a great practical effect.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's
Now,
amazing.
I want you guys to notice the camera that she's holding. The camera has 3 lenses. That's a 3D camera. So within the
Yeah.
movie, they were going to show you a 3D camera for the 3D movie because they were going to show the pictures that she was snapping. And they
Wow.
still make 3D cameras with 3 lenses.
That's cool.
And there's the remains of the sheriff you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, that's so creepy, man. Ugh. Turns into a horror film for a minute here. Yeah. I
Now
think of it
remember,
still as sci-fi, but that's very horrific.
I wanted to mention this too because somebody mentioned The Naked Jungle earlier, which was I mentioned it was a Charlton Heston movie about killer ants. And the similarity between, except those weren't giant. But the
Okay.
similarity, the reason I wanted to mention is between that and this is you notice that this is the 50s, so you couldn't see flesh on the bones. They had to
Oh,
be clearly picked. They're not going to show them half dismembered.
true. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. That's still pretty gruesome stuff, though, for the 50s. I
It
gotta
was,
say.
it was very cool. Now back to try to decide more around the water cooler. Come on, where's my favorite cameo? I'm waiting for it.
Oh, yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
There's a
Perhaps.
few of them. There's a couple of them at least in this movie.
There's a real huge cameo coming up here at a certain point.
Yes. So now they're talking about how the ants mostly come out at night. Was it nighttime because they stay underground when it's cool during the day?
Yeah, because they don't like the sun and the heat, right?
Can't blame him for that, right? And
Yeah,
he's
I'm the same
describing
way.
the inner workings of the tunnels. Anybody who's seen an ant farm would say, yeah, that's what they look like.
It's very cool. I mean, how many 50s sci-fi slash horror, whatever films have this much science in them that's actually realistic?
I'm glad you mentioned that. I've got a bit of trivia
Oh, okay.
just based on that. Excuse me. Got to clear my throat. I got to drink something.
That's always something that impressed me about this film is it just seems so grounded in reality, you know, that it kind of counteracts the fact that we got like 30-foot, giant ants or whatever, murdering people. But the science kind of grounds it in something you can believe is actually happening, right? Which makes it even more awesome.
Yes, I wanted to mention in 1998, the actress that you see here in this movie, Joan Weldon, revealed that the temperature reached 110 degrees Fahrenheit where they were filming.
Ouch.
She and Edmund Gwenn, who was the old professor, were wearing wool clothing. Gwenn
Ouch.
struggled with advanced arthritis. Although unnoticeable to audience, he was in great pain and was
Oh,
helped offset by his valet.
oh gosh. Dedicated actor then. Wow.
Oh, that like they were back in the old days. Now they'd be griping and complaining.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Mm.
And a stuntman, right? You'd have a double, somebody doubling for him.
Probably. Oh, he was a great actor, though. He really was.
And I don't know if I'm gonna find that or not. Yeah, that camera that you see her using aboard the helicopter is it's a stereo realist, which has a 35 millimeter format stereoscopic 3D still camera. This film itself originally was planned as a 3D release, right?
Hmm.
This is the film that set the often used scene of the chief scientist showing a documentary film outlining the scientific basis for the sci-fi menace. So this helped establish that.
Wow. So that's where the trope began.
Right, right, which we've seen many times since. Which makes sense. You got to tell everybody about the threat and what to watch and what not to watch for. Think about that trope goes all the way to like Armageddon. I mean, even Armageddon, where scientist stands there and shows the meteors and.
Well, I guess a good trope, if it's interesting enough and enjoyable enough, it just takes on a life of its own after a while.
Well, you know why it's so effective? Because it's mostly for the audiences. It's for us. It's to tell us what's going on.
It clues us in as the audience, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the exposition for the audience, right?
But the excuse was in this film, the professor here has to clue in the ignorant, army guys that just want to go in there guns blazing and, probably mess it up, right? If they're not, if they don't have a plan, right? And he says, wait a second, let's get a plan here,
Right. It's the same trope that you see all the time, even sometimes when it's only dialogue.
Right.
I mean, Star Trek used it all the time, where somebody would mention something on the bridge and Kirk would say, this and this and that. They'd always have to explain to the audience.
Exposition. Yeah.
Right. But sometimes you can overdo it with too much exposition, right? So you got to have just enough.
Yeah, totally can kill the momentum, which luckily in this film it doesn't.
Right. A lot of movies do ruin it by too much exposition.
I must say, I love the heavy artillery they bring in as the film progresses here.
I know they don't waste any time. I love it.
It's like they're not screwing around here, boys. I love these scenes. They're so good, and it's like, that's not a real bazooka, is it? Because it looks so real when they fire it.
No, because I'll see if I can catch on the freeze frame, but they give it a laser effect. Let me see if I can catch it.
Because I watched this last night.
Did you see it? It was it was a beam, and we all know they don't put out beams.
Right. So it's like an optical effect of some kind then.
Right, and the explosion on the ground is planted and wired.
Right. But it sure looks good when it goes by in a split second, right?
Yes. But anybody that was in the war that operated all this artillery would be like, oh, come on, that's not what it looks like. But of course, we not being in the wars, so it looks good to us.
Yeah, I'm just an ignorant civilian, so what do I know, right?
Explosions, always got to have
These guys are really cool. This is awesome.
God, it had to be hot in those suits.
Oh, yeah. That's amazing.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, dedicated film. Yeah, here we go.
Very cool. Nice.
I love it when they start chucking the poison gas down on him here.
They don't waste any of it.
Yeah. Man,
they don't waste any time. Once they poison them, the professor says, let's go.
And then we get the flamethrower out, I'm guessing, here.
Yep, get those flamethrowers ready.
I love the flamethrowers.
Right, and that's what I would do. If I was there, I'd say, I'm not going there without a flamethrower. Screw your guns. Keep those. I want a flamethrower, damn it.
Yeah, the flamethrowers are pretty effective, I got to say. And they were a lot of fun. Now, were those actual flamethrowers? Because they sure looked real.
They were actually World War II issued flamethrowers.
Amazing. And they were actually torching. They actually torched the props. That's incredible. Wow. Well, another reason why the film's so great, I guess, basically.
And this is great, too, because he tells the woman, you stay back here. And he says, no. She wanted to go. Robert is a scientist. I couldn't forbid her. She can go down just like the rest of them.
Oh, here's another scene where she puts Arness in his place. I love it.
Right? There's no time to give you a course in insect pathology. Right?
Exactly. It's like, hey,
Just
pretty
get on
boy,
with it.
back off.
Right?
I just love
That's
her.
why, yeah, these modern day feminists, when they knock these old movies without seeing them, saying the
Yeah.
women were all weak and stupid, it's like BS.
Well, anybody remember Emma Peel, for instance?
Oh yeah.
One of my favorites.
Well, before you that, you had Honey West. You had a whole bunch of them.
Honey West, yeah, with from Forbidden Planet. What's her name?
And Francis.
Anne Francis. That's
And
it.
there was Hawaiian Eye with Connie Francis.
Right. And then of
Not
course you
Connie
had
Francis. Connie Francis, the singer. Connie
then,
Stevens.
of course you had Agent 99 and Get Smart.
Yep.
Like there's just so many. And
Well, what all the 1940s movies with Spencer Tracy and Katharine Hepburn? Katharine Hepburn,
yeah,
she never played a weak, dumb broad, right?
exactly. There's so many examples of strong women all through movie history up until the last couple of pathetic decades when they want to try and rewrite reality, which never happened, right?
We notice the women are only stupid when women write for them.
Seems like it, eh? Yeah.
Yep.
That's the thing. We don't hate strong women. We hate poor writing.
Bad writing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And the sad thing is how they can hire these people that are so completely ignorant of the history of the industry they work in really makes me sad.
Well, but no, because
does.
what they do is they look at a room and say, okay, everybody, if you're diverse and you're an activist and far left, raise your hand, you're hired. That's why.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So we just missed a really cool little line there where they're like, look, this is held together with saliva, like in it, which harkens back to, once again, Aliens, where they're like forming their own colony out of stuff.
Rocky, no. Yes, you're right. The influence.
Yeah.
I like to say
Right, and it'd be scary because the ants could sense that you're coming.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And they'd be up there and faster than no time, and you'd be dead.
It'd be like this movie should have been like Starship Troopers, like on that first Clendathu drop.
Oops.
That's how it should have ended.
Oh, I love Starship Troopers. We're going to cover that one of these nights too.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, me too.
I guess realistically, though, with the practical effects back in those days, they couldn't exactly make the ants move that fast, right?
Well, no. In fact, no. If you remember right, Jabba the Hutt moves slow just like that too.
Right.
And a perfect example of this specific topic is, so did the plant from Little Shop of Horrors, which is why they filmed it at an accelerated frame rate.
Right.
That's right. That's what we were talking about.
Look fast.
Right, that's what we talked about when we covered Little Shop of Horrors. Is when they filmed it in real time, the plant moved like you see the ants here, flop, flop, bang, bang. So that's why they slowed down the camera to speed up the film, which gave it more of a natural speed. If they would have thought about doing that with them, it would have looked more realistic, and they could have done that, but they just didn't think about it at the time. That's what made Frank Oz such a genius. You remember Rick Moranis also had time. Remember, he had to sing along with it, so he was actually singing slower than usual, so that when it was shown at 24 frames per second, all the songs sounded normal.
Wow, that must have been pretty tricky. Wow.
Yep.
Great close-up shots there of the face mask.
Still, I guess, if the ants had been too fast and they just killed everybody, the movie wouldn't have been much fun to watch. So,
and there'd be no suspense.
Well, there wouldn't be a movie.
Right, there wouldn't be a movie, and there would be no suspense. That's why I didn't like the horrible remake of Dawn of the Dead. As soon as I saw, oh God, they can run, yay, yeah, that's scary.
Oh yeah, I never got into fast zombies. I want my zombies slow and clumsy.
Well, what's interesting is I don't know
why.
What
about 28 days later or 28 weeks later?
I wasn't a fan. And besides, were they really zombies or were they just crazy?
They're infected. They're
But what
It's
I
a
will,
virus. They're infected with a virus.
right?
So
With the virus,
technically they're zombies.
but were they dead? Brought back to life?
No, that is correct. No,
That's what I
they
thought.
were just they're people.
But
Okay.
when it comes to fast zombies, what I will defend, and I don't know why, but I do love Return of the Living Dead. So that's the only movies that I found where they were fast and I could tolerate it. I guess maybe it's because it's like a comedy. The movie's more tongue in cheek. But Return of the Living Dead is one of my top of the list of zombie movies. And I'll cover it one of these nights, obviously, along with everything else. It's one of those that if I ever get to it. Yes.
It's one of my favorites. And there's fast zombies there too.
Which one?
Train to Busan.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we were just talking about that last week. Yes, and I agree. And I like Train to Busan.
Yeah, like it's one of my favorite zombie movies of all time.
That's like right. For those of you guys that have not seen Train to Busan, it's a Korean movie, but it's like zombies that are rabid. So it's like they're fast because it's almost like they're rabid, mad, insane.
That sounds pretty scary.
Great.
Yeah,
and it takes place.
Another movie I got to add to my list.
It takes place aboard a train, a moving train. So no boring, guaranteed. No time to. No, it's great.
So no place.
Oh,
to
and it has an
escape
amazing villain in it too.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Oh yeah, this is where they find the ones that were sealed up behind the wall, right? And
yes.
Yeah.
And they found just like from Aliens, right?
The egg chamber. Yeah.
Yeah.
Except this is where if it was Alien, the big mama queen would pop up right now.
Very well done. Once again, the eggs look amazing too.
Right, and you can see the little ants moving inside.
It's really incredible for its day. This film is. It just blows me away every time I see it. This film's so good.
It's amazing. It really is.
Yeah.
It's a 3D camera again. Yeah, and see with a $200,000 budget. Oh man, they could never spend. They would just to get it to look like this. This movie would have to be at least a $50 million budget, wasted, and mostly on salaries.
Well, yeah. I mean, the actors must have been working for practically nothing here, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. Compared to now, yeah, they did not make big chunks of, like what was it? Robert Downey Jr. got like $50 million for the last Avengers movie. It's like, no, that's grotesque. That's just nobody's that good.
Well, especially when there's so many people in the world that are just getting by, right, surviving.
Right. Well, you have all those idiots on strike. Tell them to blame themselves. Tell them to go Johnny Depp and give them a handout, right?
Yeah, really.
Instead of expecting us to pay more at the theater, how about they start, making their wages a little more equal and stop overpaying those fools that aren't worth it.
Yeah,
it's crazy. This is an awesome shot here of them torching the ant.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
and after this, we should. Oh, dude, for sure, PvP. They look awesome. We have chat, so we should catch up on after this.
Thank you. I'll do that now. Appreciate it.
No worries.
Hopefully, I started some. Yeah, yes, I did.
You did. Yeah.
Oleg Greg says, "Get to the chopper." And Oleg Greg says, I was a big Arnold Schwarzenegger fan. I have almost all his movies. But after what he said about Screw Your Freedom, I don't think I'll be able to watch him again. And it's just too bad. All it takes is one sentence, one statement out of somebody's mouth. And I don't think I'm ever going to watch his movies again. Oleg Greg says, wow, I didn't ever notice the camera. And Herc 130 said that helicopter is a Sikorsky H-5. Oh, very cool. Wasn't it by the design, wasn't it designed to carry heavy things, I think, like cargo?
I think it was a cargo chopper, yeah, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Oleg Greg said, sweet. Yeah. And Herc says, the H-5 was called a Dragonfly, by the way. Oh, maybe that's the connection.
Kind of looks like one a bit.
Oleg Greg says, with the invention of the atomic bomb, science must have seemed like fantasy, so why not giant ants? Well, yeah, later on we got Godzilla. Oleg Greg says how they have been indoctrinated to believe all the false narratives of the communist left. Our education system is broken and teaches lies. Only those agree to get to advance. Yeah, unfortunately, it's sad. I don't know if I trust private colleges or private schools anymore. Oligarchs says politics means nothing when an exploding oil rig. That's absolutely true. And hello, Jim. Jim says hello. I'm back.
Hi, Jim.
Oligarch says hi, Jim. And Jim,
Hey, Jim.
says hi. Hi, PvP.
Hello, Jim.
Stop with his stream elements already. Kirk 130 says rescue helicopter. Get to the rescue helicopter. So now they know what it is. They know to kill the ants. But this is where he's explaining to them there must be two queens with wings that must have escaped because he didn't see them down there. And there he is right there mentioning the queen ants. So they hatched and their wings and they flew away. So the question is, where did they possibly go? They ask him where did they go, and I don't know. Ordinary queens of the smaller species have very limited flying powers. They're dependent mostly on winds and thermal currents to carry them along.
Did they have a scientific, person contributing to the dialogue in this film?
Advisor,
yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Because this is very well written. Like, it's amazing.
It is, and if there was an advisor, they weren't in the credits, but it's possible. But back then, people were more literate than they are now. They may have actually had somebody who knew more about ants on the.
True.
Yeah, because now they don't know anything. I mean, now the writer of She-Hulk didn't even know anything about courtrooms. Oh my God, the stupidity these days.
Wow, that's bad.
Right, she was supposed to be a lawyer.
Yeah, maybe hire a lawyer as a consultant on the series, eh?
Well, that's like the new horrible Star Trek is when that first came out, that Discovery, they hired a Star Trek consultant, but they immediately said, no, thanks, we don't need you.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Yeah, you're getting in the way of the bad writing. Sorry, we can't write for you, right?
Oh, here we go with the scene with the projector, right?
Everybody's smoking, all the windows closed.
I love it. Hey, even when I was a kid in the 60s, I bet at least, probably 70% of adults were smokers.
I know. I wouldn't have thought twice about it. Everywhere I was at was like this. But now, knowing what I know now, and like right now with my lungs the way they are, I couldn't handle it. I can't be in a room with one smoker.
Well, I started smoking back then when I was like 15 or, probably had my first one when I was 13.
Everybody
My
did when they were young,
dumb, stupid teenage friends, where we got into all the stupid things. And then I smoked for 20 years after that. And I gave up my early 30s, thank goodness, over 30 years ago when I quit. A terrible habit. I can't believe how much I enjoyed it back then, though.
But me too. It was stupid too. It's like I quit too, but it didn't do me any good. I've got lung cancer now.
Yeah, well.
So yeah, it's just not good. It can still catch up to you. And I quit over 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, it might not. I mean, you never know, though. It could be another cause, environmental cause or something that you got exposed to.
One thing's for certain. I've been through the testing. It started in my lung and spread to my brain and my pelvic area from there.
Gosh.
So
well, I just hope the treatments, are successful. I hope things go well.
I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Just keep this in mind, guys. I'm not afraid to die. So don't feel sorry for me. I'm seriously, I'm the one that's going to tell you guys, when I kick the bucket, I want you guys to have fun and celebrate. Don't mourn my passing. I'm not afraid to die. I'm a realist. And we all come and go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not one of those that's going to say, I'm going to die next week. Where's the nearest church? Where's the nearest church? I need to get down on my knees. I'm not like that.
Yeah, me neither. But yeah, we all have our expiry date. We none of us know what day it's going to arrive, but it will.
Right.
Eventually, right?
Right. And I will be undergoing treatment to delay that as long as possible. So that's good.
My sister, she fought it for 8 years, and she was pretty good most of the time. So
Oh,
you could.
that reminds me. PvP, your sister had cancer, right?
She had breast cancer.
Okay, I had the reason why I went into the hospital last night is they installed this adapter on my chest where they could hook up the chemo directly. Did they do that to her too?
I don't think so. I can't. It's been so long, I can't
Or
remember.
she may not have said anything. That's probably maybe something she kept private.
Yeah, well, yeah, my sister wasn't the kind of person that probably would talk about that. They basically surgically removed one of the breasts, and I think she might have had some chemo, but they should have done probably radiation, and they didn't. And the stupid doctors, they didn't think it was going to come back. If she'd had both of them off, maybe she'd be alive today, right? Because that's what happened. Eventually, it came back in the second one.
Well,
You know,
sometimes if they feel that if you're in bad shape, because I had doctors talk to me about this, that if you're so far gone that they think that all the chemo and the radiation is just going to make it worse for you, that sometimes they'll opt not to do it.
yeah, but the thing is, that took like 8 years before eventually it metastasized, but it was a long, long time before it did, right?
Yeah.
So I think if they'd surgically taken both of them off, I think my sister might have had and done proper chemo or whatever. I think she might have had a chance. I'll put it that way, but I'll never know, of course. So it doesn't
Oh,
really matter.
yeah, exactly. And I don't trust doctors either. So,
Yeah, well, they're like they're people, right? Some are better than others, so I try not to draw a blanket conclusion, but I'm lucky I finally got a doctor a month ago, and I got an appointment to see her on Friday, so to get my prescriptions refilled. So I'm hoping that goes well. But I
that,
just only saw her one time,
that
so.
reminds me, I'm very lucky to be here tonight because yesterday they had my surgery scheduled for 3:30 p.m. my time. I got there at 1. I was in the waiting room for 3 hours.
Mm,
Finally, at 4 o'clock, they put me in a bed in the pre-op. I was there till 8 or 8:30 that night, last night,
yeah, yeah.
and then everybody was leaving. Everybody was gone. I was the only patient in pre-op. All the doctors were gone. And around the corner, I hear these two doctors saying, "Oh, this patient here, it's awfully late. Everybody's gone. Yeah, maybe we should just reschedule him for tomorrow." And then the other guy says, "No, no, no. He's been waiting all day. Let's not do that to him." So they almost were going to schedule me for today and make me sit there all night last night for no reason.
Oh,
And if they would
brother.
have done that today, they would have kept me another night.
Well, I'm glad they didn't.
I
Jeez.
know. I was about ready to speak up, and I could hear them talking right around the corner. I was about ready to say, "Hey, hello. No, you're going to do this tonight. I don't care if you have to get the custodian in to do it."
Oh, that's really That's a long wait time. That's crazy. I
Eight
gotta say.
hours I was waiting. 8 hours
Yeah, that's
before.
crazy.
Yeah. I was literally physically the last person.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
why do you have me come in at 1 o'clock in the afternoon? Damn it!
Mm. Oh well. Luckily, you got out of there, so we could be watching this tonight.
Yeah, I
But
pulled through it. Yeah,
I
Exactly.
guess we should get back to the film. I guess.
The old Rodney Dangerfield joke. The doctor tried everything they could, but I pulled through anyway.
Yeah,
So we have a couple new chats. There's
I
a
remember
new
that
person
joke.
in the chat.
That's
Cody Guy, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate
Hello,
it.
LDG. Good to see
Yep.
you. Glad you could join us, LDG.
LGDG
And Cody
Cody
Guy,
guy.
welcome. And
Hey,
Cody Guy says,
LDG.
Cody Guy says applause. Yeah, good to see you guys. Glad you could join us.
Tennis
And we're
balls,
watching the
LDG. Tennis
movie.
balls, sir.
Yes, we're covering the 1954 classic Them. And we get more of our exposition with the scientists showing the film. Basically, to all of our top brass. We got the head of the army, the Navy, the Marines, so on. Here's another example, like I was talking about from the movie Armageddon, where you had to have how many movies we've seen this trope where they get all the top brass in the same room, the Navy, the Army, the Marines, and the Air Force all in one
Air
room and say,
Force.
"This is a
Yeah.
threat that we've got to all," of course, now it'd be a room full of women.
Once again, though, I just love it that you got the old geezer in charge here educating people, right? That's great.
Right. Well,
It's like,
and it makes sense because none of them know anything about it.
yeah. So it's like he's got a lifetime of experience educating himself, learning about, facts, and they actually have enough respect for him to actually listen to him, which is pretty nice. That's kind of nice when, younger people will listen to the things you've learned and maybe, learn, a thing from what you say. I love that scene.
You still talking, old man? Jesus, my God.
Ageist.
Oh, you know it, buddy. You know it. Me of all people. But no, it is nice, right? Like
Yeah.
to
It's
see the
always
respect
heartwarming.
given to this person.
Well, it's
Yeah,
heartwarming to see a person that's lived a life and gained knowledge and experience, and people actually value that. You don't see it enough, sadly, in the world. At times. So yeah, I do. Well, it's another
Right.
reason I just
Because
love this show.
right now, right. Yes. Because think about this. Because here's the way people are now is if they had an existential threat like that, and they'd say, here's our top expert on ants. Oh, and like it would be so I mean, like literally, that's how they'd be talking. They'd be like a 22-year-old out of Berkeley or Stanford. And here's what they're saying that basically they're burying it. They don't want the news reporters to hear about it, but of course we have a few ears.
I love that thefts of sugar, syrups, and sweets makes me
Yes,
laugh. Makes me
and
laugh.
and here's our cameo, and I'm glad I was able to catch it,
Oh
everybody.
yeah.
Now I'm gonna play this, and let's see if you guys can guess, and I'll go back.
Oh, I don't have to guess. well, maybe
Anybody get our profile?
you got it. Yeah.
Anybody in the chat recognize it? What about you, Nemesis?
I recognized it instantly. Should I
Very,
should
very
I
young.
should I go ahead and spoil it, or
Go for it. It's a what 70-year-old movie?
Mr. Leonard Nimoy?
That's
I was
right.
like, that looks like Nimoy, but like
It is him in one of his early roles.
crazy.
Yep, definitely Leonard Nimoy.
He's only in it for like maybe less than a minute, I'm guessing, but
Right. Yeah, and maybe one line.
one or two, yeah, something like that. But once again, Leonard always had that. He was one of those guys that the camera just loved. Anytime you put a camera on this man, it's just like he just had a presence, right? He could read the phone book and have a presence.
Yep,
This
I
guy.
agree. They just unfortunately they don't show a close up of his face, but that's him.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, I'd forgotten all about it. And then I watched it last night, and I was like, hey, I know who that is.
Same thing. Me too. I didn't realize when I was younger, but it's like what?
Well, I probably saw this actually when TV in the '60s. I saw this before I ever saw Star Trek, so that kind of makes sense. Oh, and guess who this guy is?
Right. And here we go with this is the guy I was mentioning earlier when we started the stream.
Yeah,
This is Fess Parker, who went on to do Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett.
yeah,
And
yeah.
what I was mentioning at the beginning of the movie was Walt Disney screened this movie and watched it because he was going to hire James Arness to play Daniel Boone. But once he saw Fess Parker's performance, he immediately hired Fess Parker instead.
He made the right choice, I think.
He did. He was a good Daniel Boone.
Yeah, he was great. I love that show. Daniel Boone was a great show.
And I have it on my server every episode.
And I love what's his name is Mingo.
The guy who's the guy you're talking about, but he was a real Indian. I can't remember his name either, but them two remained friends until the very end, and he came out with a couple records.
He was actually of Ukrainian descent, Pop. I actually learned that. Yeah, like a year ago.
Maybe I think about somebody else.
No, it was he just passed away like 3 or 4 months back, I think. But he played Mingo, the university educated Indian buddy of Daniel. Great actor. God, I wish I could remember his name.
I know they remained friends for many years.
Yeah.
I think because I think what happened when Fess Parker retired, he bought a ranch. and I think they live relatively close to each other.
Okay. Let me see here. Ed Ames.
Yes, here's where he's trying to convince them about the. But the thing is, the reason why I don't believe him is he saw the ants, but his mind can't comprehend giant ants. So what he keeps saying is that there were UFOs that look like ants, and that's why everybody thinks he's crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
But remember, this is also back during the big UFO scare too. So
I mean, he's technically not wrong. It was an unidentified flying object.
that's true.
That's
But
true.
But here's how they found out that they made their way to LA. And of course, he says, "How was your talk?" Here's what they talk about: bury the story. Don't tell anybody. Keep him in here for a while, and that's kind of sad.
That that pissed me off, that scene, actually. It's like, hey, the guy's innocent. He's not crazy. Let him go, right? Right.
Right, but they
I
said
thought,
keep him until the story breaks.
yeah, Arness was kind of being a sleazy news guy here, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, he's following orders. What he was told in that meeting. They don't want the press to get out.
Well,
They don't want the story to get out.
that's true, I guess. I could understand it on that level, but I still thought he was being a bit of a creep.
There it is. Right. He says, I recommended his release. He's not demented. I'm convinced that he's trying to pull a publicity stunt with his weird story. The government
Yeah.
wants him to be kept here, is what he tells them. So, yeah, you keep him anyway. He's to have no visitors, so they don't want anybody to know. If any information is given out about him, you'll be held responsible.
Oh, I just want to mention Ed Ames. He just died back on May 21st this year at the age of 95, which is pretty amazing.
Yep.
And he was actually born in Malden, Massachusetts in 1927 to Jewish parents who had immigrated from the Ukraine.
Cool.
So I was always convinced myself that he was a Native American. And then when I learned that, I was like,
That's all
wow,
makeup.
talk about a good actor, though, right? Because I totally bought that he was, an actual Native guy. So yeah,
Yeah,
good
yeah,
acting.
you won't see that anymore, right?
Yeah, yeah, really. And he was portrayed as an intelligent native, right? Like a university educated man. Like you probably won't see that anymore either.
No.
see,
I
I
don't
think it
even.
could be done if the character was treated with respect. Look at
I'm
Robert
trying.
Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder. Like, no one has ever been like, oh my god, his portrayal of a black guy is awful. It was incredibly racist. I
And
love it.
I'm trying to think of the last time somebody portrayed an Indian. And I'm thinking that shitty Lone Ranger movie with Johnny Depp. It's like, oh my god.
Well, the thing is, how
Yeah,
many
that's the
how many
yeah.
movies actually feature a heroic, intelligent, strong character that's a Native American? Like, that's why I loved one reason I loved Daniel Boone. Actually, Mingo was my favorite character in that show because he had some great episodes where he'd be the main character occasionally, right? And yeah, so I miss stuff like that.
Here's where they find out that a ship has been destroyed.
Oh yeah, this is good.
A nest hatched aboard a ship at sea. And we can get a little bit of the carnage there.
Yeah, this is pretty
Ice.
scary too.
And of course, when they're using a teletype.
Pretty amazing.
So they were able to rescue two survivors. And they said the Viking was infested by the giant ants.
So they've narrowed it down to now one of the queens probably obviously has been destroyed, so they're down to the last one now, right?
Right, and they're trying to figure out the location. So they're saying that the SS Viking anchored in Acapulco, Mexico for 3 days and 4 nights. So now they've surmised that the ants had made it from New Mexico down to Mexico. New Mexico down to Mexico.
Yeah, plausible, definitely. Yeah.
So they know at least where one of the queen ants are. What about the other one? Hatch cover was off during the entire time of loading, even at night. So that's how they got in there.
Hmm.
And here's where he says, I think it's time to board the public. It can't be kept a secret indefinitely. They're saying they can't keep it because the entire crew of the Milwaukee know about it. And now they said, what do they flags on the map indicate? And she says these 4 indicate where we find the male ants. Most recent finding was about 4 days ago near Mount Wilson in California, which means that's telling us the audience are on their way to LA. It was decomposed. She talks about a body was decomposed and must have been there for a month to 5 weeks.
Hmm.
And there's a lead there in Los Angeles. And here we cut to the famous. And by the way, these looking not here. This. I'll wait till we get there. So now they have a train car that's been destroyed.
Oh, there's some good lines coming up here. I think about the sugar. Maybe not. I thought there was something about the sugar that was a funny line, but.
And here is another one of my favorite cameos by an up-and-coming Dub Taylor, the guy sitting down with the glasses.
Ah, okay.
And he hit big fame. His moment of fame was in Bonnie and Clyde when he played C.W. Moss's dad, and he turned in Bonnie and Clyde where they were ambushed.
Okay. This is the funny line. I remember he was the guy working in the rail yard, right?
Yes.
And they're trying to say he was an inside man and helped the thieves steal the 40 tons of sugar. He's like, "Have you ever heard of hot sugar?"
I know, right?
Like black, market sugar. I thought that was hilarious, that scene.
It was the Great Canadian Maple Syrup Heist. So stuff has happened similar to that.
We're not supposed to talk about that.
Oh shit! Sorry, bro.
Oh, buddy.
This is why we recommend everybody you watch the movie, because when they tell jokes and things like that, it's hard to catch it when we're having this.
Yeah, it's not the same. Of course, it's not the same as actually watching the film. Yeah,
absolutely. And especially you want the sound, you want the audio, the dialogue, the music, everything.
Atmosphere.
Right, like that. You need to watch this movie with sound and everything. Like you got to give it your full. Well, yeah. Just watch this movie. It's fantastic.
And watch it on as big a screen as you can find, because you want to see those giant ants, like actually giant, if you can.
Hopefully, most of you guys have, with the exception of me, hopefully most of you guys have big TVs.
I would have loved to see this in the theater, actually. Can you imagine seeing this on a gigantic theater screen? Like, wow.
I would love to.
Oh, that would have been great.
So we need to find a town where all of us can get together and watch nothing but classic movies in an old movie theater.
There used to be a bunch of them. Like when I was in Vancouver going to college, there was like 3 or 4 that would show all the old great films like Hitchcock and, all those old classics.
The lockdowns finished off a lot of those, especially
they were probably mostly gone, by the 90s or early 2000s, to be honest, because they were tearing them down and putting up condos and crap, right? So
Yep.
But I can remember going to like seeing Rear Window and Vertigo for $5 on a big screen. Like, come on. I miss those days, man, I tell you.
So here's where we have a widow of one of the missing men. And she says her husband hasn't been home, and they're going to go looking for. It's her husband and her son. 2 sons, that's right. And she's saying that he usually goes to the zoo, but they haven't seen or heard from him.
So I guess this is a bit of a trope too, isn't it, that we're seeing here?
Yeah, but this is good because this is what leads them down to the LA canals.
Well, yeah, it has to happen for the story, of course.
Which I'll point out when we get there. Look at that short, wide tie. Yeah, people don't do that anymore.
Oh,
that turned into right. That was mostly for clowns eventually.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Whitmore's tie is much better, I'd say. That is a bad-looking tie, actually. Jeez, I didn't notice that.
I don't know why it's short that ties make people look stupid. It's kind of because it's like a comedy trope. Oliver Hardy had a short tie.
Especially on a very tall guy like Arness, because Arness looks
Yes.
pretty tall, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, this
Cam
doesn't fit. But
Cam.
it's like they were looking
Good to
for a
see you,
tie
buddy.
for him, and it's the only one laying around.
Oh, brother. Oh, well.
So Cam Cam has showed up, and we have a few more chats that we should catch up on.
Yeah,
Let's do
Cam
that
Cam.
now. Thank you, thank you. Oh yeah, time to get caught up. Thank you, thank you, Nemesis. Nemesis says LDG. And Nemesis says, "Good to see you, bud." Deranged Lunatic says, "I like how the movie It, the Terror of Beyond Space, was the inspiration for the movie Alien." Yes, I completely agree. And Deranged Lunatic says, "If I remember right, the actor that played Roscoe P. Coltrane is also in here." Roscoe Coltrane. I know the name sounds familiar. Is that from the Dukes of Hazzard?
I don't know.
It's not ringing a bell for me. I must have.
I know I've heard of that name, Roscoe P. Coltrane. Older Greg says Fess was great in his small role. Yes, he was. And Older Greg says this time of woke will eventually end and great entertainment will return. Stay positive, everyone. Well, for you youngins, you guys will be around to see it, but I know I won't. Older Greg says pirate ants. Arg, matey. And Cam Cam says, "Hey, pop culture curator, hi everybody. Good to see you, Cam Cam. Glad you could join us."
Hey, Cam Cam.
Ola Greg says,
Okay,
"Always
well.
broken down the hatch, always batten down the hatches."
That's right.
Exactly, exactly. Ola Greg says, "Hi, Cam." Cam Cam says, "Ola Greg greats." And Sean Carter says, "In the upcoming remake, the Last Queen is going to be a dude named Chad wearing a tiara and feather boa singing 'It's Raining Men.' They'll probably destroy the Queen by playing Walker Texas Ranger on a loop." Ola Greg says giant ants versus giant spiders next week on Gilligan's Island. Well, I would watch that. Cam Cam says, "Sean, hi, Sean, Nemesis of Eden, hi." And Cam Cam says, "After and during World War II, there was a black market for sugar, coffee, etc." Yes, that is true. Because during the war, they were sending so much of it overseas. People were rationing it or they were drinking substitutes. I remember I heard about all these other things people were drinking instead of coffee, trying to make it taste like coffee.
Yeah, there was a lot of rationing, I guess, during WW2 for sure. Yeah.
Right, that's when they had victory gardens. People were raising their own or growing their own fruit and vegetables. Ola Greg says they mostly came out at night, mostly.
Haha, alien reference.
Deranged Lunatic
Alien.
says, "I saw this movie in the movie theater. Wow. There
You
used to be a
lucky
movie
guy.
theater in my town that would show old classic like sci-fi movies. This is one of the movies that they showed, and I would have be there.
Man.
I would be there every
Oh,
weekend."
yeah. I
Sean
miss
Carter
those
says,
theaters.
"Yeah, Cam Cam's Crash Courses, hello." And Sean says, "Deranged Lunatic, aka Gail, that is absolutely awesome."
Yeah, that would have been great.
And Sean Carter says, "Yeah, Roscoe's from Dukes of Hazzard. I told you guys I recognize that name.
Hmm.
Roscoe P. Coltrane, yes." Cam Cam says, "Yes, Roscoe was on the Dukes." And Ola Greg says, "The sheriff, yee haw." And we got a pop sound. Oh, let me check. Oh, welcome back, Gorilla.
Hey,
Hey, Gorilla.
I'm back.
Hello.
How'd the drive go, Gorilla? Cam
Uh,
says, "That's copy."
I only hit 3 cars on the way home.
Oh,
Not
nice.
bad. You're slacking. You slow down in your old age.
Hey, you gotta remember, there's not that much. I don't have that much traffic down here.
Oh, and for those, thank you for the reminder, Gorilla. Everybody give Gorilla a hand. He does his own stunts. Gorilla took a tumble down the stairs last week.
Yeah, I read about that on Twitter the other night. Jeez,
Yeah.
Gorilla, that was kind of scary sounding. Hope you're all right there, guy.
Well, PvP, I'm at the age where I don't bounce back up and get, back up right away and be just fine. But I'm not at the age where I'm out for a week.
Yeah, well, I'm actually, for my age, I actually do pretty good because, to be honest, I've had a few falls over the last year or year and a half. Because, when you get older, sometimes your balance can just go for a second, right? And luckily, I'm built like a brick shit house, so other than a bruise or two, I was fine. But it is scary, isn't it? It's not good, not good for sure. Yeah.
I would qualify as scary, more like, God damn son of a bitch,
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Well, it's good.
Yeah,
Right,
it's a
it's
piss
good
off
thing
too.
it's good thing it's not an old movie or a TV show. In the old movies and TV shows, they always broke their neck without exception, right?
Ouch, 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 ouch. Don't even mention that.
Yeah, but at my age and my condition, if I go down the stairs like that, I'm not going to get up. I doubt.
Yeah.
Well,
But
let's be
yeah,
careful on
but
stairs.
Gorilla, I give you credit. You did your own stunt. Collect your $5 at the door.
Wait! You get $5?
At your door. Your door.
Now, if only Gorilla had anticipated it beforehand and set up a camera to
Yeah,
do a short,
camera.
right?
Yeah,
Could have
there's
been
your
like,
short. That'd be your
yeah,
biggest short. That'd go viral, Gorilla.
yeah, you
Well,
could have made some good money off of that.
yeah. I just wanted to get the shit moved and get back home, but that didn't happen.
Oh, jeez.
No, you said you got a free massage?
Yeah.
Well, that helps.
Yeah. Well, we'll go with that there.
Oh, okay, we'll leave that there.
Yeah, we'll leave that there.
Sean Carter says the return of the gorilla. Hail gorilla. Oleg Wake says the ants ate gorilla. This is an imposter. Cam says listening mode. Gotta sleep. Have fun. Well, enjoy yourself, Cam. Glad you're listening.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cam, C4, I'll be nice. I won't be like a certain person there that put disturbing thoughts in your mind right before you go to sleep.
Cam.
Dead dick.
Now they're trying to narrow down the places in LA that are large enough for the ants to hide. So they're mentioning miniature golf courses and other places.
Miniature golf courses, really? Like that's
Well, they're
kind of
trying to
a
figure
weird
out.
line.
Well, they're trying to figure out where that dad may have taken his two sons.
Oh, yeah, but where would the ants hide on a miniature golf course? That's a bit strange.
Well, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. They said there was nowhere with them.
Yeah, that wouldn't make much sense actually. Yeah. Oh, these guys. Oh God.
They look like what's that V word I'm looking for? Vagrants.
Vagrants. Yeah, pretty much. I think.
Now remember that's a bad word. Now they're houseless. You can't even say homeless now. They're changing it to houseless.
Well, they could kiss my ass.
Don't you mean residentially deprived, Pop?
I guess so, right?
Oh God.
It's so stupid because it's all ridiculous because a lot of them, they choose to be out there so they can do their drugs and their crime and their prostitution.
Yeah. I see them around every once in a while. It's pretty sad. You see a person with their entire life, packed onto a shopping cart they've stolen, and it's like, why do you choose to live your life like that? I just don't. I'll never get it, but oh well.
No responsibilities, free drugs, free food.
Yeah, but living outside like an animal.
It's because you're not on drugs. For people that are on drugs, it's the way to live.
Yeah,
because they get everything for free, everything handed to them.
Hey, PvP in the summertime, I sleep in a tent out from my house. So am I living like an animal?
No,
yes, you are.
Camping is different. Camping is different. Besides, you can go back in your house and have a shower if you want to, right?
What?
Yeah. You don't take a shit in your tent, do you?
Hey,
how else you gonna get a pillow?
Hey, I'm a little bit more sophisticated than those San Franciscoans. I step outside the tent first.
There you go.
I honestly can say that taking a shit in your tent was a line of dialogue I never thought I would hear today.
I know. I guess that's not part of the movie. Damn.
Yeah, let's get back to these derelicts here. This guy's pretty funny.
That's the look on James Whitmore's face. It's like, oh, come on, I'm here. Are we gonna watch the movie or not?
Yeah, exactly. Get back to it, guys. Come on, smarten up.
Now he tells him that a few days ago that he saw the ants in the tunnels.
Oh boy. There we
Now
go.
these tunnels, very, very, very famous. Lots and lots and lots and lots of movies and TV shows, and they still look almost the same today. I mean, Terminator 2. I can name so many. The movie Grease. I mean, there's so many movies I could name.
Well, this is the LA Viaduct, is it not?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay. I figured that was it. Ooh,
looks and it
what's
still
that?
looks the
Oh,
same.
debris. Oh,
And
here we
here's where
go.
they find by the model of a plane, which tells them take that back and show the mother and find out if it belongs to the kid, which she does later confirm. So now they know that this was the last place that the dad took the two boys.
Hmm. See, I gotta say, even back in the 50s, it looks like there's a lot of people throwing litter around here.
Yep. RoboCop was also filmed here. I could just go on and think about all the movies and TV shows.
Well, it's
Chips
pretty
was filmed a
famous.
few times.
It's a pretty famous area, right? Because I mean,
Uh
as
huh.
a Canadian, I've even heard about this for many, many decades. So
Yeah, we've seen it on so many things, and it looks the
exactly.
same.
Yeah, it's well, I guess it's like some of the infrastructure. It just doesn't change over the years if it works, right?
Yep, that's true. They confirmed it over the radio. They didn't waste any time. They went to the radio, explained it to the woman over the radio. She said, "Yeah, that's it." So boom, saved a lot of time right there. The plot just keeps moving. I love it. I mean, we're not going to cut back and show the mother crying. No. And here's we have it's too late. So the story's broken out. The reporters know about it. And of course, this is where they have to tell it public too, because here's what the mayor is telling him: this is the most serious crisis the city has ever faced. So you can report the facts to your newspapers. This is Dr. Harold Medford of the Department of Agriculture, General O'Brien, Air Force Intelligence, General James, Army Intelligence, the others you know. Ready, sir, one moment. We interrupt all radio and television programs indefinitely. Keep your radio and television sets turned on. This is an emergency. All three networks, that is. I repeat, this is an emergency. By direction of the President of the United States and the Governor of the State of California and the Mayor, the City of Los Angeles is, in the interest of public safety, hereby under martial law. And when you watch the movie, you could just hear the shock go through the whole group of reporters as they hear this, because it's something that you would never hear in America, ever. And guess what? Now we hear it all the time. We hear it all the time since the lockdowns. It's a normal thing now when cities are shut down and knocked down for martial law. I remember before the lockdowns, it was about 2015 or 16. A good friend of mine, we were talking about it, and I brought up martial law, and he says, "What's that?" And I explained to them, I says, "Well, if it ever does, the day ever comes, it'll be the day where they literally shut down the cities, where mobs are running through the towns, burning things down, breaking into houses. They take over, the cops are doing nothing, and lo and behold, we actually saw that over the last 3 years. We've witnessed it now. So now we all know what martial law is. So if they get on the news now and say it's martial law, people are like, oh, again? Times have changed.
Now, yeah, that's the one thing I wanted to talk about. That's supposed to be the early emergency broadcast system that they were using.
Yes.
Just told everybody. Yeah, and it was amazing how honest they were with the broadcast. You'll never see that nowadays.
Or definitely not. No, you get that typical recording. It probably wouldn't tell you what's going on. It would just say lock your doors and go inside.
Yeah, they won't tell you. And here they're just flat out told them as much. This is all we know. Just stay inside. And people, I don't know if people listened or not. They didn't show them not listening, except the one lady. But you can't keep. I'm actually surprised. Oh, we'll get to it when we get to it. I don't want to spoil it.
Well, the thing is, if you're not watching the TV or listening to the radio in the middle of the afternoon, like you're not going to have a clue, right? So I don't know. It's kind of hit or miss, really.
Well,
And
my town.
And this is the 50s where a lot of people didn't have TVs yet. That's why they're gathered outside the store looking through the window.
Actually, that's interesting. Yeah, geez, this brings back memories. I remember as a kid in the 60s, we didn't have a color TV because, we didn't get one until the early 70s, right? So, as a big fan of like Get Smart, I'd go up every Friday night to the Simpson Sears store, park my butt in front of the color TVs, and they'd have Get Smart playing, and I'd watch Get Smart in color.
But here's what I'm wondering. But here's what I'm wondering, though: could you hear it through the glass?
No, I'd go in the store.
Oh, I see.
I could go right in the store and sit down in front of the TV because they'd have like a dozen TVs on, and they'd all be showing the same network, right?
Well, the reason why I asked that is because of the old trope we see in the movies and TVs, where the people are behind the glass.
Yeah.
But apparently, they can hear every word the reporter's saying.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that, to be honest. You know?
Unless it's cranked up really loud or something.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe they'd crank it up to pull people in like advertising.
That's true. Yeah, that's true too.
But yeah, it's weird, isn't it? How you can have a memory you haven't thought about in like 40 years, and all of a sudden, I remember watching Get Smart as a kid. Wow, that's weird, man. Oh,
right.
boy.
This is the 50s. This is where maybe one person on every 3 or 4 blocks had a television set.
Oh yeah, yeah. TV was in its infancy back in the mid 50s.
Very
for sure.
right. Dad would have to save up for a year or two to buy one.
Oh yeah, probably cost a fortune. Then you get some crappy little black and white thing, right? So yeah. Something like that.
Yep.
Oh boy, memories. Well, not that. No, I'm not that old, but you know what I mean.
So now we are bringing out the militia.
The amazing thing. There's only we got like maybe 12 minutes left in the film now.
Possible. We're at 1:16, and it's about 1:32, so you have about 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's amazing to me how this film takes its time getting to the actual action at the end of the movie, because that's totally unusual for most films, right? They don't wait till like the last 12 minutes or whatever to finally get to the action scenes. That's extremely unusual, but it works in this film for some reason.
Right. Well, now movies, they've got to be centered around the action, so there's got to be where it kicks off with an action sequence, and then it has one like every 5 minutes, and then a big one at the end.
Exactly.
That's the mother looking for the kids, and they're telling her to be patient and go home.
Oh, with this scene here, just a sec.
Go ahead.
You know, like, oh, you can't be here. You don't have a pass. Let me see your pass. I don't want one. They get out of here. It's kind of funny. That guy comes over just like, there, I'll handle this. You go talk to the general. Like, yeah, get out of here before Mama Bear comes out.
And let me see where I left off before I get too far.
Oh, you want me to do chats?
Sure, if you want to. I think the last one was Cam.
I got it. There's the Panther Boomers channel for your watch parties on Sundays. And he says, later, Camigator. And he says, cheers, brothers. And there's some damn gorilla. Something about reviews and watch parties and shorts. OG says, the giant ants are surprisingly stealthy. The deranged lunatic says, in California, the homeless get $800 a month plus whatever they can panhandle. Only bill
in San Francisco, they get $2,000.
Oh,
and double that if you're a tranny.
That's fucking more than I fucking make a month, and I bust my ass.
They're talking about giving black people $1 million.
Well, identify as black. Does that count?
I'm a black lesbian. Do I get $1,200,000?
Can I be a black tranny and move down there and make fucking like $3 million? Like,
I know, right?
Christ.
You see what I got out of that place? It's like they're not going to use my tax dollars for that. I'm a Native American. You're going to make me pay reparations? I don't want to go there. That's not what we're here for.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Something. And only bill you'd probably have is maybe a cell phone bill. And Sean says, Pop, we probably don't want to know what Gorilla does in that tent.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess all the strange noises should be enough to warn us to stay away, right?
Hey, at least it'd be in a tent instead of out in the middle of the freaking sidewalk like in some places.
Well, hopefully your tent's
We
not
appreciate that.
transparent.
Yeah, it has pretty much screens, but it closes up.
Certainly not soundproof.
Hey, that'll teach the neighbors to mind their own damn business.
Gorilla, there's a guy on YouTube, Gorilla. I watched the video yesterday. He bought an insulated tent and an air conditioning for the tent, and the air conditioner was $1,000. But it cooled it down. He put it in a light. He's like in the 90-something degrees sun, and it cooled the inside down to like 30-something degrees. So if you've got lots of money to waste, yeah, but it's possible.
Yeah, you could do that with the $50 air conditioner.
Running on what?
Well, what was his running on?
Battery. It was a air conditioner that would pop into a rechargeable battery.
Okay, I could do that with the $100 air conditioner, but if you have an extension cord and an outlet there, you could do that with a $50 because the tent's not that big.
Well, he showed that you could charge the battery, and it would run for like 4 or 5 hours without a plug, or it had the adapter where, like, if you're in a trailer park, you could plug it in directly. But then I thought, it looks great. It was nifty. It looked like the size, for any of you old guys, remember the old Suckalux vacuums? It's about the size of like if you're carrying 12-pack of sodas, I guess. But it's $1,000. It's like, no, sorry, that's too much for me. And who's going to go camping so you hang out in your damn tent all day? The whole point of going camping is to get out there and go fishing or whatever.
Oh, which reminds me, I got to restrict a couple of my poles. All right, but here is older Greg's channel there for spoiler-free reviews. The deranged lunatic says, "Isn't that the same Fiat duck that shot T2?"
Yes.
And
What's that? No, I'm okay.
Okay.
I just had to clear my throat there. That's all.
Yeah, and deranged lunatic says, "Military intelligence, isn't that an oxymoron?"
Oxymoron. Well, actually, this is right after World War II. I have a lot more faith in them then than I do now. I do not trust the military now.
It seems generally institutions were much more trusted back in the 50s than they are now, from what I've observed in my life.
Well, because it wasn't all about greed and power and corruption. That's
I can actually remember. I can actually remember, in the 60s as a kid when politicians would actually, of different political stripes, would try and reach out and come to compromises in the middle to actually provide, better government for the citizens of their countries. But that sure doesn't seem to matter much anymore.
Well, that was also back in the days where they avoided wars instead of causing them.
Well, Vietnam was happening, though. So I'm not sure about that theory, but
this is before Vietnam, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, 50s. Okay. I'm thinking as a 60s kid.
Right.
Yeah.
This is the Korean War where we went in to defend them, basically.
Yeah. We were involved in Korea too, I believe, at some
right.
level.
That's what stepped us into World War II. Is we went in to defend the countries, and that dragged us into. Well, and then they attacked Pearl Harbor, but that's another thing.
Yeah.
So now they're thinking there's a chance that the boys are still alive. Notice they're already not talking about the dad anymore.
You got your credits at the bottom there hidden, by the way. Your
thank you
subtitles.
Hey, and lemon pie. Well, Greg said,
"Hey, lemon!
Wow, Valdez threw a no-hitter today, and we got the best pitcher in the league back on the same day. Go Astros! Scurvy's back. Hey, Scurvy. He says,
hello, lemon pie. Good to see you again.
Scurvy says,
Good to
Oiler
see you, buddy.
Woohoo. Then Oiler says, thanks, Scurvy. Scurvy says, some kind of sentient gorilla channel. And Sean says, we'd see those silhouettes like in Austin Powers Hunt. All right, we're all caught up.
Thank you.
Oh gosh.
All right. Now he says we can't risk anything until we know the queens have hatched. So basically, they're deciding they need to go in. Proceed into the storm drains. And of course, there's a doting mom still wondering about the kids. She looks like she'd be grandma instead of mom, but oh well. She looks pretty old for being their mother, but that was the 50s.
Well, didn't in the 50s, like, people looked like 15 years older than they actually were?
I don't know why, but yes. Even the high schoolers look like 30s. But that was just the fashion back then, I guess, the clothing and the makeup.
Well, even like facial, like look at the faces, they look older than they were.
Yes, because I'd say that mother looked like she was in her 40s, 50s. What do you guys think?
Well, the kids in this movie are what, maybe about 10 years old?
Yeah, 10 and 11, 12.
My mother didn't have me till she was like 35, so,
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
She could be in her mid-40s. I can believe it.
Well, my kid's only 9 and I'm 31.
Well, exactly. Like, my mom had me late because the doctors told her she could never have another child after she had my sister 15 years before me, right? And surprise, surprise, here I am.
Prove them wrong.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I did.
Yeah.
Or I wouldn't be watching great giant ant movies right now.
So here's where they're all searching through the drains, trying to see what they can find. Remember now, double mission. They're looking for the missing kids and also the ants. And now they hear noises.
Mm.
And by the way, totally forgot about the kids subplot in this movie. When I was watching this, I was like, oh, that's right. I remember the giant ants in the tunnels, but I completely forgot about the kids. And they hear the noise coming from this pipe.
Wait, I got a question. Why did they radio in going, hey, we're like a sixth of a mile away down, nothing to report?
Well, because they're keeping a track where everybody is in case one of them gets attacked or disappears. When in reality, they probably wouldn't get any radio signals at all in those tunnels.
Yeah, especially back in those days, you got to kind of wonder about that.
Right, with all that concrete, I don't think they would get a signal out of there. Yeah. Everything would have to be hardwired.
Geez, maybe this is the only part where the movie falls down with a bit scientifically.
Well, you're not supposed to take everything apart, right?
Mm. Oh well, still fun.
Well, it's like you'd be thinking, well, this is the sheriff of that small New Mexico town. What's he doing in LA leading the troops, right? So, but it's a movie.
Yeah, well, I can forgive a few little things here and there, but I think probably 95% of this movie is pretty on target, really.
Yep, I agree. Here's where you see the bars have been bent. And he yells out the boys' names. And they answer and they're alive. And he calls back and says the boys are alive. There they are in the corner. You got to imagine if you're a kid trapped down there knowing the answer there, that's got to be terrifying. Because at this point, they were missing for a couple of days.
Well, actually, I have a question. Like, Obviously, the kids must have wandered in there on their own because they wouldn't have been dragged down there by the ants, or the ants would have just eaten them right away, right? You would
Or
think.
maybe they ran because they were being chased.
Oh, that's yeah. Good point. That's probably what happened. Yeah.
And maybe
That-
we're assuming that the ants got the dad, so that's why they ran. And apparently they squeezed through those bent wires.
yeah, I imagine the dad would have tried to fight the ants off, and while the ants were devouring him, the kids would have run. That makes total sense, actually. Good point.
Yeah.
Good point.
And here's where the sheriff said there's a strong brood odor. So he recognizes the same scent from back in Mexico, New Mexico. There's another nest nearby. And of course, as he says that, here we go. Same smell as the nest in Mexico, a brood odor. And he says, send in the troops. So now they know the location. And everybody heads in there. You'd think those Jeeps would be sliding all over the place.
And here, with like 7 minutes left in the film, we finally get to the action.
Oh,
That's
there's
amazing.
one thing I wanted to say. You can tell those are old cars just because new cars today would not be able to drive through those storm sewers, let alone out when they were first driving up in the squad car there. That thing was going through all that water. Like nowadays, the engine would get wet and the whole thing would fry out.
I remember all my old cars, if they even splashed through a 2-inch puddle, it's always got in the carburetor. Oh, I hated the older cars for that.
I thought the carburetors were on top.
They were, but it didn't matter. The water would splash up there. The old cars didn't have splash guards like new ones do.
Yeah, but nowadays the computer systems would fry out.
Yeah, that too.
Gee, it's amazing.
That's the thing is, yeah, back then the car would eventually dry out and you could start it and drive away. Yeah.
My 30-year-old car can seem to drive through any crappy weather where it's been raining for days, lots of snow. Like it just keeps going. I don't know. I guess I'm lucky.
Oh, we got a chat here I really want to read, but might as well read them all.
Go for it.
All here. Well, Deranged Lunatic says, hell, I might be the oldest one here. I was alive during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and that was in 1962.
Oh, somebody older than me? What do you know?
Yeah. Deranged, you're older than my parents.
Well, I think I got deranged beat by a few years, but oh well.
You must be.
I was born in 54.
Yeah, like the police said, I was born in the 50s.
Yeah. And Scurvy here says, DL, you got me beat. But PvP might be older. He just looks younger due to the unnatural power of eggnog. And here's the comment I wanted to read. Eggnog is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural.
Maybe some superpowers?
Well, I wish. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one for a while. I don't think I've got any superpowers. Oh, this is great. Oh man.
By the way, they built 3 ant props for this movie, and they used those 3 ant props over and over, so they used them sparingly.
Did they burn all 3 of them?
Eventually, yes.
Didn't they burn 1 or 2 earlier in the film, though? So
1 earlier, and remember now, sometimes they'll shoot them from different camera angles to give you the appearance that it's more than 1 ant being burned.
Anyway, I don't care. It looks cool. I can't believe the actors are actually firing real flamethrowers here. Like,
yep,
man, you'd never let an actor do that these days. The insurance costs would be outrageous.
Right, Alec Baldwin?
Well, yeah, just think if James Whitmore, set himself on fire. It's like, well, that would be the end of his career real fast.
Right, that's just it, right? They would never allow it.
Oh, my goodness.
And here he gets to be the action hero also in this movie.
Yeah. I got to say, this is the one scene in the film coming up that really, 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 really pisses me off.
And it's surprising, too, because this is an unexpected ending, so I like it.
Yeah, well, it's great, but He's my favorite character in the film, really, and it's like I am totally not happy when this happens. Totally not, because he's such a cool guy, right? He didn't deserve that.
He's gone. Those pictures are too strong.
Oh, it sucks.
That guy was aiming for the eye. He's like he didn't hit him.
I probably would have preferred them shoot me because he's probably laying. His body's probably almost cut in half.
Yeah, but didn't he survive?
No,
Nope.
unfortunately not.
Oh, I thought he survived.
That's the one big downer in this film for me is my favorite character dies at the end of the film. Even though he's a hero, but still it sucks.
But I like
Yeah,
it because anytime it's something a little unexpected, it adds a little more uniqueness to the movie. Because
Oh, I
you're
mean,
always expecting the good guy to always win.
no, it's a good ending. I mean, I can buy it, right? Of course it's believable and
See, he's
everything, but
dead, Gorilla.
I was still, rooting for him to survive, right? So, oh well.
Right. But I'm saying with those pinchers, he had to be nearly cut in
Oh
half.
yeah, they look nasty. I love how they finish them off. They finish them on what? Mostly with rifles here at the end.
Yes.
yeah. Rifles and bazookas or
Oh
rocket
yeah.
launchers.
Oh, here we go.
God,
Yeah,
I'm surprised this whole aqueduct didn't collapse on all of them.
that's true. Good point.
Hey, at this point, they don't really care.
I just don't know why they just didn't continue with the flamethrowers. That would have made more sense to me. I don't know.
Distance.
Maybe.
The thing with flamethrowers, you have to get kind of close to them.
Yeah, you know how much the price of fuel was?
They're
That's
they're
that's expensive.
Not
they
back
were pro-
then.
they were probably running out of the props to burn at that point anyway. So yeah,
Well, I
maybe.
would say distance because you can with the rocket launcher and guns, you can shoot them at a distance. Flamethrowers, you do have to get up close.
Mm, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I'm being too picky, I suppose.
And I would save the flamethrowers for the eggs.
That's true. Good point. Which they actually do, don't they? And if I remember the last bit here.
This reminds me of a thing.
Actually, there's one part where the roof does partly collapse here coming up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just gotta collapse now.
Right
Yeah,
there.
there you go. Yeah.
Medics.
Oh wait, no, it's a little bit further down.
No, it did collapse there too.
Yeah.
That's just it, though. I'm glad because they did think about that when they were making the movie. Because you can see all these beams that have been destroyed. There it is.
There you go.
Yeah. Then we get to
Yeah.
see this. Then we get to see this guy go full Rambo.
If you think about James Whitmore, gets a lot of screen time in this movie.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna go full Rambo.
I like this too. It adds to the claustrophobia.
Oh, is he claustrophobic?
No, I'm saying it's just the movie, the fact that they're getting into a smaller and smaller and smaller space, it adds to the claustrophobia.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Unless you like that sort of thing, I guess.
I don't know. I didn't
There
even
we go.
notice it. No,
There
that's
we
just no machine gun. He's going,
Oh.
die, mother.
And then the machine gun jams on him for a second, right?
Gotta
No,
have the
empty-
jamming gun.
No, empty clip is an empty clip
Mm.
or empty magazine.
So he had to change magazines. Okay.
Yeah, because that's fully automatic there. The problem with fully automatics, this is why the military is actually going away from them and going to the 3-round bursts. There is they empty the magazines there so fast and they're highly inaccurate. They're so you gotta change them out frequently, and you're not always guaranteed to hit much of your target. So they just start going to 3-round bursts.
Well, another thing too, like one of the popular guns that the military's used for, and I'm talking all the branches used for many years, was the M16. That's what I was trained on, and they're highly known to jam a lot. So that's not just an old trope. Those guns would jam a lot.
Yeah,
But they were cheap to make.
Yeah, well, I heard during Vietnam that they were so bad that the soldiers were writing home and telling their wives to send them their guns they got in the gun case.
Yep. I'm not surprised. But of course, the military wouldn't allow that, so that was more like a joke.
Oh, I thought they did. I thought they
No.
did.
Well, I know in the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese wouldn't pick up the M16s and wouldn't use them because they were fucking super shitty.
Yes. Yeah, they had better guns than we did.
That just reminded me of a meme I just seen the other day. It showed a person really excited when people hear it's military grade. Then it goes veterans, and the veterans are like, "Oh fuck."
Oh man, that's crazy though, to send your troops into a war with crappy guns. Like, what kind of crazy thinking is that by a government?
No, believe me, you
Well,
remember
that
now. They
was-
were quite sane. They weren't crazy. They knew what they were doing.
Shit, they
That was also-
they got the lowest bidder. But hell,
Yeah,
when
but-
we went
Yes.
into Afghanistan, about 70% of our troops didn't even have body armor.
Jesus,
They
that
look
just
at him
seems like
they look at him as a dispensable fodder. They look at him
cannon
as a
fodder.
bunch of rednecks from the middle of the flyover states. Nobody
So-
cares about them.
Right, cannon fodder. Okay, I get it.
Yep. Nothing's changed. That's how it still is.
Well, that's what Napoleon used to do. That didn't he? He'd send out the people he valued the least to take the cannon shots.
Well, that's why in the military, when you're fighting a war, you start with the lowest of the. And this is no offense to anybody who's been in the military, whatever, regardless of what branch you've been in. But in an actual war, they send the people who score lowest on the aptitude test first, and that's the Marines. The second is the Army, the third is the Navy, and the fourth is the Air Force.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, at least it's not as bad as when like you had McNamara's idiots and they were literally sending basically special needs people over to be cannon fodder.
Yes.
That's pretty
Which
sad.
war was that?
Vietnam.
Civil War. Civil War did the same thing. They were sending in handicapped kids, all that kind of stuff.
Well, I
They
guess
didn't
things
care.
haven't changed much. Like, governments were pretty nasty back then too. It sounds
Yeah.
like, right?
Hey, it's always the poor man who has to fight the rich man's war.
Always.
Well, it's always the people on the bottom that pay the most. It seems to me.
Well, yeah, we're the ones, right? We die for them so they can get rich.
It seems like it. Yeah, sadly.
Sacrifice, right? Sacrifice.
Well, I guess the people with the power don't give a crap about the people that don't have a lot
Yeah,
of it.
I think that we should have an amendment there that says for the people who have to who vote on these wars, their kids have to be on the front lines. See how
I know.
things change.
I know we've always said that, but it'll never happen. When was the last time we had a president who served in the military?
Didn't JFK? No, wait. Bush Senior was in World War II. Wasn't Bush Junior in the
Wait. Yes, but remember, none of them were ever put on the firing line or in a position of danger. Their families were very big, so believe me, they were pencil pushers. They never
I thought Bush Senior flew missions over Germany.
No. If you're thinking he was a hero, no.
No, I didn't say hero, but I was pretty sure he flew missions over Germany.
Possibly so. I'm just not a fan of the Bush family.
Yeah, well, neither am I. I'm not defending him or another. I'm pretty sure he flew in the Air Force.
As a reminder, everybody, I put a poll in the chat. If you'd like to, feel free to vote on what grade you would give this movie. I'll be closing and ending the poll here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I
And I'm
voted.
gonna-
I voted already.
All
I
right.
voted just before I came on. So
Cool. And I'm going to give everybody here on the panel a chat if they'd like to tell us what they think about the movies and maybe share that. I know we have one chat I'll cover here.
Okay. I got the
Nemesis just bounced.
Uh-oh.
oh
Come back, Nemesis. Come back.
yeah, Pop. I got the information I was looking for.
Durangelo takes Leonardo DiCaprio did use a flamethrower once upon a time in Hollywood. And knowing Quentin Tarantino, that was probably real. Okay, go ahead, Gorilla.
Yeah. He was a torpedo bomber there, but the Pacific Theater is in, and he flew 58 combat missions, and he was assigned to the San Jack. I can't Jack Nito or something.
Did Eisenhower serve any military service? I'm trying to remember now.
Yeah, General Eisenhower, remember?
Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't he the head general for the entire Allied Army in
Well, yeah,
Britain?
I think Eisenhower served quite a
Yeah.
bit during the war, didn't he?
Yeah.
So
I'm
yeah.
not sure.
Definitely.
I'm not sure how you pronounce this. Is it Jackito or San Jackito or
Jacinto?
no? Wait,
Jacinto. Yes,
No, wait.
it's San Jacinto.
oh wait, that's Spanish, so it'd be
Yes.
Henito, because there's no J in Spanish. Henito.
Oh, that's J is pronounced as an H, right, Gorilla?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. You got a Distinguished Flying Cross and 3 air medals.
Yeah, well, I've called enough Spanish people where it's not Jose, it's Jose, right? You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or yeah. So yeah, he did it. So senior would be the last one because I don't think Clinton served. Bush might have been in the Navy there, but he,
I think Clinton might have served in other areas, but not military.
Yeah, I do. Right? Clinton served under a desk. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
But not behind a desk, but under a desk.
He was probably
no. He had someone under the desk for him there.
Yeah, he was served under the desk.
Yeah, he had
Monica was serving him under the desk.
Yeah, he had
service would be more the accurate term, I guess.
Hey, my personal opinion: whoever has the nuclear football, they should be able to get. They should be able to get some whenever they want because they have the nuclear football, you don't want them to get too agitated and actually set off the nuclear football. Anyhow.
Next time you guys get a chance, take a good look at Bill Clinton. His nose looks like a penis.
That seems appropriate somehow.
Yeah. I seen a picture. I can't remember the rock star that they did, but he was a couple years older than Clinton there. And it said, this guy lived a life of sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And then they showed a picture of Bill Clinton there. He goes, and the other one lives with Hillary. and Clinton just looked like he's about on his deathbed. The other guy looked pretty healthy. He looked like he's about 50, and he's real healthy, strong in it. The other one
when you think about it, Hillary looks a lot better than Bill. So she's a succubus. She's probably draining him dry for all his energy and his life force.
Oh yeah, I just what was Bill thinking when he ever married her? Right? It's like, oh my God, Bill, you made a big mistake.
They married for politics and all.
Oh yeah, I
back then it was it's almost like a prearranged. It was two powerful families and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I guess that's why he played around like he did.
But I'll be the first to say it. She's ugly. She was ugly, always been ugly, and their daughter's but ugly.
Yeah, she's not much to look at. I'll
Hey, she fooled around too.
No, but I had a job that sent me to Arkansas, and I worked in Arkansas a few years. And no offense to people in Arkansas, but I don't think I remember ever seeing anybody good looking come out of Arkansas. So that was playing the Clintons.
Here you go.
No offense, but
this is the meme I've seen.
Yeah, Clinton's getting old. Gee, Sammy looks pretty damn good, I gotta say.
Yeah, he's 70 and Bill Clinton's 71. Sammy has done 40 years of alcohol, drugs, sex, and rock and roll, and Bill lives with Hillary.
That's a great one. That's hilarious, actually. I'd rather be Sammy any day of the week for sure.
Didn't he finally close down all those cobble wobbles or whatever? No comment. Nobody knows.
I don't know.
I don't even know who. I don't even know him.
Sammy Hagar. He opened up a chain of restaurant bars called Sammy Hagar's Cobble Wobble.
I wouldn't be surprised because a lot of those, those like Hollywood or
Yeah.
rock star. They usually die after a number of years, right?
Well,
Remember
yeah,
Anybody remember Planet Hollywood?
yeah, but he owned these. He had this chain called Cabo Wabos. I don't know if it still exists. Maybe somebody in the chat. There was a couple here in California, or there in California when I was there.
Man, with a name like that, it's no wonder it failed. I don't even know how to
Deranged
pronounce that.
Lunatic says, if I remember right, Eisenhower was the supreme commander of the Allied forces.
He
Yes,
was.
and supposedly Eisenhower is the one that met with and made deals with aliens to swap alien technology. He was there when they formed the Majestic 12. And I'm going to cover that on one of my future streams, darn it, if I get a chance to.
Yeah, well, Eisenhower is probably one of the last presidents that actually walked the walk, right? And just didn't
Yes,
do the
right.
bullshit. So I always kind of respected Eisenhower, to be honest, guys.
Well, I'm not sure about JFK, but
I think
No.
JFK was more interested in playing
No,
around with
JFK
ladies like Marilyn.
JFK came from a very powerful family. He was protected. He was not a war hero.
Yeah, his
But
father was
Gorilla-
a very rich
they
guy.
didn't protect him very well.
No, I'm talking about in the military. If he was in the military, he did not go into combat. So, Gorilla, do you want to? I know you kind of gave us a semi-review earlier. We dipped out. You want to give us another review of this movie?
Oh, this is an A plus. Plus, there, it's gonna make me want. I'm gonna actually go check out the TV show, but I feel like I'm gonna get extra drunk for that one.
Wait. What TV show?
Them,
TV show?
the TV show, them.
No, that's not. No, it's not about the ants. Remember, I told you I looked it up. It's not about ants.
I thought that's the movie.
No, you told me to look at the TV show, and I did. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah, you said the TV show, and I looked it up, and it's in 1992. It's about a family struggling with some bullshit drama. It's not about ants at all.
Oh, okay. So never mind. But yeah,
Right.
it was well paced. I almost did. That's why I barely ate anything except cheese curds today because I wanted to get back to the movie.
You gotta be careful when you watch something with a generic word like "them," though. That could mean a lot of different things.
Well, these days, that's how they call most movies now, with no imagination. So,
well, it'd probably be.
Don't
like
answer the phone. Don't look now. I hate the titles now.
If you made a movie called "Them" now, it'd probably be all about trans, right? So,
Where it'd be got a family. It'd be the old trope: a family trapped in a house. The dad's a pussy, mama's saving the day, and there's a bunch of masked killers outside trying to get in.
I think I'll take a pass on that one.
So, Gorilla, tell us about your channel if you feel so.
I do a bunch of shorts. Like I did my first try on cheese curds tonight, and I'm gonna be having a bunch of shorts, like a ton of shorts coming out here. I'm gonna try to find time this week to do some there, but I've got a bunch of different comic books I got from my dad. I'm gonna show off there and stuff. But otherwise,
hey Gorilla, can you if you want to sort through those comics and post a video of them? I'd love to see what you got because.
That's what I'm.
Are you okay? Like somebody fell. It sounded like.
No, I'm okay. No, my mic came unplugged on my headphones. Go ahead, guys.
Okay. Okay, I was worried.
No, I'll be posted. I'll post them all there. They're all mostly Spider-Mans.
Oh, those could be worth some good money if they're the right issues. Hey, as I
Well,
mentioned before,
they're not the best of shape there because my dad got them from a storage shed or a storage locker in there.
it depends on the year. So if they're old enough and you have a key issue, even if they're in relatively crappy condition, they can still be worth some money. So
Yeah, 72 and 82. 72 like 82 editions.
72 could be worth some bucks. That's early enough. So if you want to get my opinion, I want to put a video and I'll take a look at it. Because there's some issues probably back in the early 70s that could be worth some good money.
Alrighty. And then we got a couple watch parties coming up. Justified on Wednesday. Hopefully I'll be able to do Babylon 5 Saturday, and hopefully I won't miss another Sunday stream, but I shouldn't miss this next Sunday here where we'll be watching Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, the Queen movie.
Yeah, then we should have Walter's review on Friday there.
So what's the Walton's episode? I missed last week because I had to work late. So
I'll tell you here in a second. I
it's probably like episode 3 or 4 of the season that you're
think
doing.
last week was season. Uh, See, last week we did the separation there. That was a good one. You missed a good one.
Yeah, I
Gorilla,
know.
Gorilla, did you
I
ever cover all Quiet on the Western Front with?
No, I was gone in the cities. I didn't even get home until like 8 o'clock that night.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were watching or were reviewing the theft. A widow accuses John of stealing while he was working in her mansion, starring
Ooh,
our guest Dennis Duggan.
sounds intriguing.
Dennis Dugan.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm not working Fridays anymore because I lost a few hours at work. So I'll try and watch that on Thursday night after I get home from work. And yeah, I should be able to make it this Friday, I'm thinking. So yeah, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, and then then I'll have to make time for cringe stock. I got a special surprise for you.
Oh no.
You're gonna be going, what the fuck did I just watch at the end of it?
What day is that again?
We'll have to pick a time. We'll sell that.
Okay.
I'll sell that on Twitter.
Yeah, I couldn't watch the last one because I was working. So Oh well.
Yeah.
All right.
I think I might have found a new way to share them, so my watch parties might get better.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So PvP. Let me zoom in here.
Yeah.
Give us your review of the movie and tell us about your channel if you feel so inclined.
Well, I gave it a total A plus. You know, I could give it an A plus 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 plus. Ad infinitum because this is such a great movie. It's one of those few films actually that I consider to be near perfect. It's just so damn well written. The pacing is so great. The editing, there's the cast. You have basically an ensemble cast that basically they don't miss a beat right through the whole film. They're all so damn good, such great professionals, and of course the practical special effects with the ants are totally incredible for a mid 50s film. And the atmosphere, the on location shooting, with the desert scenes. Yeah, it's just I think I pretty much summed it up there. I don't think I can add too much, but and the science, the scientific subplot, with the old guy and his daughter is absolutely fantastic because I think most of it is actually fairly accurate, from the way it seems, from what I can figure out watching it.
Right.
So yeah, I just think it's a fabulous film, and the trouble is I got too many hundreds of movies I love, but this one would, as far as well, I put it in my comment here, my favorite giant bug movie of all time. It just is far above any giant bug movie. It's the best one ever, and yeah, it's a favorite. It's a great film. I highly recommend everybody should watch this film at least once because it's really really good. And yeah, I guess basically that sums up my review, I suppose.
All right. Well, what would you like to share about your channel?
I'm still working on my ginormous. My playlist of songs under 3 minutes is probably even bigger than the Giant Ants at this point. I'll put it that way. It's just getting longer and longer. I just put about 15 or 20 Blondie songs on there over the last weekend because, I'm surprised. Blondie. I love Blondie, especially their early stuff, right? I was amazed at how many songs Blondie did that are like actually, under 3 minutes long. It's kind of nuts, actually. I never realized it before, but it was a lot of fun, going through them. So I'm going to be trying adding some of that stuff on this coming weekend. So
Very
I still
cool.
I haven't made it public yet though, because I don't want to, it's still a mess, right? I still got to, tweak it and move stuff around in it. Well, you know what it's like trying to edit a bloody YouTube playlist, right? It's a pain in the butt, quite
It takes a
honestly.
while.
Yeah, so
Oh,
I'm
that
still
reminds
working on
me,
it.
PvP. I remember before we forget.
Hmm.
We were talking a few weeks ago on about how we can make it easier to arrange the playlist in a certain order. Do you remember that?
My mind's kind of
Yeah,
fuzzy right now. It's been one of those
because
weeks.
I'm just telling you, I figured it out.
Oh, did you? Awesome.
Yeah, you
Wow.
can go into your playlist and you can sort it by the oldest or by the newest published. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about wanting to sort our playlist by when we published them because they were in all crazy order. And I went and I looked and I found it. So like Gilligan's Island, for example, I can go straight to the playlist and say sort by the oldest date first or the newest date first.
Okay.
So it can be done.
Well, if you want to, you've got my email address, right, Pop?
Well, I use Twitter. I don't use email.
Oh, you
But
can
we can
just
talk
tweet
about it later.
just just tweet me if you want with a little bit of information because
Well,
it's
it's
like
something. We'll wait till we're on a stream so I can physically show you. Describing it's not going to make much
yeah,
sense.
that'd be better because I'm getting pretty tired here right now, so
Yeah,
my brain's
we'll
not
do it on a,
working.
we'll do it in the backstage on one of the streams when it's not so late.
Yeah, it probably won't be tomorrow because I'm
No
working all
problem.
day. Maybe
Nemesis.
Thursday night might work if you want to get
Well,
together
I don't know.
Thursday
I
night.
don't know if I'll be on the stream or not.
Well,
Maybe maybe we
whenever it
could do it.
works.
Maybe we can do it behind the scenes on one of Gorilla's because he tends to end his relatively early.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would work. That'd be good. Anyway,
If
that's
that's
pretty
okay
much
with
it for me.
Gorilla. Nemesis, tell us what you think about this movie.
What was that, Pop?
Maybe I was just telling PvP, but I want to show him a way in YouTube to change how to sort our playlists. And I was saying maybe we could use your channel after one of your streams because you end your stream earlier than we do. You end yours like at 8 or 9 p.m. Mine go on until like midnight. So
Okay.
sorry, my voice is going. Nemesis, what do you think about this movie? And tell us about your channel.
Oh, this movie is fantastic. It's one of the monster movies I've watched the most. What can I say that hasn't been said by the panel already? Really, like the cultural impact that it's had between like there's a song called "Them" by the Misfits off of Famous Monsters.
Yep.
There's a mission in Fallout 3 called "Them," and you have to fight a bunch of ants through a town and figure out what's going on. And it involves science. And like once again, the parallels are really nice, and it's just a really nice, fast-paced movie, generally speaking. And even though there isn't, once again, there's not a lot of action in it, like, but it's okay because the script is really good, the
Yes.
characters and the actors are really good, and like there's always they give you like as much as I complained about the off-screen kills and whatnot, like they set it up almost immediately. You're just like, okay, boom, here, immediately. We're dealing with stuff. We're dealing with monsters. Something bad is happening, and it's like just boom, 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 boom. It's really well done. So yeah, A+, and definitely recommend watching it at least once. And as for my channel, I do video gaming. Trying to figure out how to do if I can find a way to get my retro stuff set up. But in the meantime, I've got a couple of things that I'll be uploading soon, and once I get everything set up, it'll be okay. But yeah, definitely please check me out and subscribe if you'd like.
You heard it, everybody. Check out Nemesis Eden's channel. Fantastic. And let's see here. So I guess that means I'm up in the streaming gallery next. Let me see here.
So what's your rating, Pop?
My rating is gonna. I know this is gonna sound like the old term, the broken record, but I would say A+ as well. This stands up there, very, very high on the list of the classic monster movies. And this is another thing too is if you have a younger generation who says I'm not going to watch an old movie, this might be something that you could get them hooked, even though it's in black and white. I think you could introduce a younger person to this movie, and I think they would like it. And especially, I think, because once again, it's old school, it's practical effects, it's puppets, it's mechanical, and I like all that over CGI any day. I like the casting, and I like the fact that they shot on location there in New Mexico, California, Death Valley, sorry. The aqueducts in LA. The casting was great, down to the little girl. The cameos, the fact that we get to see Leonard Nimoy and Dub Taylor in a very early age before they went on to bigger things. And I'm glad I watched it again. Like I said, I hadn't seen it in years, but when I watched it Sunday night, it was like watching a brand new movie. I really enjoyed it. No complaints. There's a few things that stand out because, yes, it was filmed in 1953, but I think it holds up very well. There are so many movies that were made since then that were a lot worse. So I'd say, yes, grade A plus plus. Check out my channel, by the way. Tomorrow night, we should be doing our Gilligan's Island stream. We got 2 more episodes of that from season 2. And I'm hoping, if my fingers crossed, everything goes right, if I feel up to it, to do my rumblings from the lab sometime this weekend, covering UFOs and UAPs and things like that. And then I promise, definitely next Sunday, we're going to be picking up with Lost in Space again with The Keeper, episode 1. Since I wasn't able to do that last week. Or, I don't know. I wish we had more time. I wish I could just knock out both episodes next week. But I know we can't because people have things to do that night, and the next day people work. So, next Monday, we will be doing episode 1 of The Keeper from Lost in Space season 1. So let me do this. Now, once again, a reminder, everybody, if you had a chance to vote in the poll, I appreciate it. If you have not, please do so. I'm going to go ahead and end it now and share the results with everyone. If you like the stream, please consider hitting the like button on your way out. If you haven't subbed to my channel, maybe even do that if you'd like. I have a lot more content on my channel and more that I'll be producing. All right. End poll. Unpin poll. And now let's see if I can share this without messing it up. There we go. There's I got it right.
Well, that looks pretty good. I don't know who would give this a D plus to an F minus, though. Jeez.
Well, that's okay.
Wow.
What grade would you give them? A plus to an A minus is 76%. B plus to B minus is 17%. D plus to an F minus, 5%. And thank goodness nobody gave it a C plus to an F minus. So that's always a good thing. We had a total of 17 votes.
Very rare to get a D plus F minus rating, though. That's very rare.
Well, some people have different opinions, which is totally fine. That's why they come to my channel, because I appreciate and I accept all opinions. And by the way, if you're one of those that vote down in the D plus to F minus, or the B plus to, even if you have a low opinion of this movie, I want you to know you're welcome on the panel. You don't have to like the movie to be on the panel. I want everyone to know that. Because I think if we get some people on here who aren't fans, that gives us a different perspective to listen to. And I don't want to echo chambers. So just so it's very clear, even if you don't like the movie, here, let me explain here, I'll be specific. Is you can have people on the channel or on the in the chat who and they want to come on the panel just to knock it. Oh, it's cheap. Oh, it's 1950s. Oh, it's hokey. Oh, it's predictable. Blah, 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 blah. But there are a lot of people who have a legitimate reason why they don't like the movie. And they can just say that. Come on and say that. Say, well, I just don't like it because, and you can give your specific reason. So but my point is I want people to feel free to come on my panels. You won't get ridiculed. You won't get knocked. You won't get made fun of. You won't be called names. None of that stuff like on the other channels. Because that's one of the things that why I don't go to those other channels when they do that.
Yeah.
So everybody is welcome on my panel. Right. Everyone's welcome on my panel. I will never single you out, call you names, and judge and criticize. I never do that. By the way, I never judge and criticize people I don't know. And guess what? For people I know, guess what? I don't judge and criticize them. So I don't judge and criticize people I know or I don't know. So I want everyone to know that immediately. But if you criticize me, it's open game. Right, Briggs?
I ain't making no comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, Once the gloves are off, the gloves are off.
Yeah, Pop, I totally relate because I know who you're talking about, and I know a certain person that
I
is.
should say Braggs. I am Braggs. That's her real
I
name. I
know a
am
certain
Braggs.
I know a certain channel you're talking about, and they roasted me over the coals one time just
But she
for
does it to
saying
everybody.
I said
It,
two
it,
comments that were totally harmless, I thought, and they treated me like garbage. And it's
yeah,
like
I feel bad because the last time I brought her up, I think I upset Hungry Boy. I think that's why he hasn't been back.
yeah,
I
I
feel
haven't been
bad. I
back
need
to
to
their channel.
apologize.
I haven't been
No,
back to
it
their
was on
channel in
it was
months.
on my it was on my channel.
Was it
I
on?
brought up what I thought about Briggs, and I think he may have been upset, and he hasn't
Oh,
been back. I feel bad.
I think he was just uncomfortable because I think he's a mod or something. So
He also Jill.
yeah, well,
That was the night they were both on there. They were both on on my stream, and I said I know they're both moderators on that channel,
yeah.
and I said, but I don't hold it against them.
No, I don't either.
Um,
That's the thing, right? So
yeah,
yeah.
I miss Hungry Boy. He's Hungry's amazing.
I don't know why
Check out
Hungry
Hungry's channel.
would. He should just come on. Like, he's a cool guy. Like, we don't have
Hungry Boy,
anything
if you're out
against
there
Hungry.
listening, Hungry Boy, if anybody sees Hungry Boy, tell
Yeah,
him we miss him.
you're welcome to come. In the chat or join the panel. Hungry, like
Yeah, he's got such a wealth of knowledge when it comes to these movies that we're covering right now.
Yeah, Hungry's a cool guy. I like Hungry.
As do I. As do I. I really like Hungry.
Sean Carter says Eisenhower warned us against the military-industrial complex by name. After him,
Yes,
the
yes.
president wasn't read into MJ-12. Deranged says JFK's older brother was a pilot and was killed in World War II. Very cool. And JFK was the
geez, that's
commander of a
more
PT boat.
tragedy.
That's right. JFK was the commander of a PT boat in World War II. That's right, because that was the influence for McHale's Navy.
That's
Yeah.
true. I remember that now.
I didn't know JFK's brother was killed in World War II. More tragedy for that family.
Yep.
But
Sean
that whole
Carter
channel
says
is tragedy, bro.
Sean Carter says my dad is the one driving the truck into the driveway in the Waltons opening credits.
Oh, that's cool. Wow.
Deranged Lunatic says, good night, everyone. Enjoy watching a good movie with you. And I'm going to play a quick clip, everybody, if I can find it, before we call it a night. Lemon Pie says, good night, DL. And Lemon Pie says, hungry, return to us and be robed in exotic jewels. I'm going to play a quick scene here. Let me see if I can find it quick enough. This is for Nemesis. Bear with me.
We are cocaine bearing with you.
No, it might not be a scene of Cocaine Bear. Let's see.
Oh, well. I'll survive.
You'll survive, right?
I'm hearing that Donna Summer song in my head now.
Gloria Gaynor.
Gloria Gaynor. Okay, I get disco mixed up. I was never a big disco fan.
That was her. She was a one-hit wonder. You got to give her credit for that, right?
It wasn't a bad song, actually, even though I heard it like 10 million times too often.
And it turned out to be a rally cry for gays and stuff. So I don't know.
Well, there you go. But you can't blame the artist for that, I suppose.
Here it is. All right, let me share the video. This is for you, Nemesis. Here we go. Let me shape the screen just right. And here's the clip from The Fly. Take note of this, Nemesis. Full color. See, Nemesis, that's what I was talking about. So
Yeah,
the sequel was in black and
watching.
white. Make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense for sure.
Right, and we will be covering.
I definitely remember that scene.
And we will be covering those movies, obviously, too, because those are classics. Speaking of killer bug movies. All right. So, okay, we all said we gave our reviews. And I actually kept my voice most of the whole night without gagging and coughing too much, thank goodness. And appreciate everybody in the chat coming along and spending your time with us. I know we're going on 4.5 hours. So that really means a lot to me. And Gorilla, you too. I know you got to get up late. I mean, I know it's late, and I know you got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just about ready to eat something quick and crash pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm promising myself I'm going to try to eat tonight.
Oh,
I went
yeah.
to this because for me it's not easy to get into the kitchen to cook something. So when I was at the store, I bought the dreaded frozen corn dogs. So I'll
Oh,
probably make a couple of those tonight. In the microwave, they come out like mush. So yeah, it's not
oh,
exciting.
God. That's not good.
No, and it looks worse than they it sounds.
I'll
You'd be
probably just
better off
boil.
with ramen, dude.
I'll probably just boil some
Well,
pierogies up
that's
like
just
I did
it.
last night.
That's just it, Nemesis. The very night I moved in here, the guy who owns the place, he's like, "Now my dishes, I'm gonna lay down the rules. I don't want my dishes in your room. I don't want blah 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 blah." Blah. I'm like, "Oh God, believe me, I've been through this before." And I said, "Dude, I got my own dishes. No, there's no room for your dishes." So needless to say, I haven't cooked anything since I've been here, and I've been here almost a month now.
That's not cool.
That's
Wow,
how do you think I've lost 30 pounds in the last month?
Jesus. That doesn't sound good. Your situation doesn't sound good there, Pop.
Oh well. That's why I had to find. So what I did was I bought cans of ravioli. I'm looking right now in my room. I have cans of ravioli, Pop Tarts, green beans, stuff that I can eat right out of the can.
Okay. Gosh, that doesn't seem very fair, though. Like, did
I've
he
lived
help?
with roommates like that before all the time. That's like
Mm,
there's no room for me to put my food anywhere if I go buy groceries.
that sucks.
Right? Don't touch his dishes or he's gonna complain.
I had a roommate
Right.
like that back at college for like 9 months. We had two refrigerators in a basement suite, and you think it'd be like one and one, right? It's like, oh no, this guy was a foodie, and he filled up like 90% of both fridges, and I had like a little shelf.
Well, here's something I was talking to a friend the other day about. This is give you an example, all right? He knows that the only way I got here was because I had a fundraiser because he knows I'm not working. I hardly have any money.
Right.
So he knows that I applied for what they call food stamps, and I got them.
Oh, that's good.
So I walked down to the grocery store 8 blocks away, got some groceries. I got back, and I put them in the kitchen. And he asked, "Are those for sharing?"
You're kidding.
No. And I'm thinking, you
Wow.
know how many times that I've had roommates when every time they think things are for sharing, guess what I get? Nothing.
You know,
Guess
you
what?
should
I go down there and food gone.
you should have asked him, "Are you going to share any of your food with me?"
No, he's doing that. Well, because I'll say no. I never, ever, ever eat anybody else's food because they'll use it against me.
But
But no,
that's bullshit. What he said, to be honest, Pop.
I know, I know. But don't worry, because he also said, "Am I going to have money on the first?"
Oh God.
So that's already started. He wants to charge me the same amount of rent I was paying in California.
Oh Christ.
So that's something else I'm going to have to deal with. But
Yeah.
anyway, enough with that. You guys don't need to hear that crap. So I wanted to thank everybody in the chat. Thank you guys for being here and spending time with me. I really missed you guys on the Lost in Space stream on Monday and yesterday or earlier today, actually, on Jill's channel. And I hope you guys can make it for Gilligan's Island. And I will be putting up a poll in the next few days of what fantastic movie that we'll be covering next Tuesday for our horror sci-fi stream.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'll pick something. Obviously, we did a couple classics, but I'll put in some movies from different genres. And I'll let you guys vote as usual because I always trust your vote because you guys know what's good and what's bad.
Yeah, I got to mention that when you put the Day of the Earth Stood Still on the latest, pick of movies, I thought that would have been my second choice, right? If them hadn't been on there,
It
so
was pretty close. It was pretty
yeah,
close between them, The Day the Earth Stood Still, and The Blob.
yeah. Well,
I bet I don't remember what the fourth movie was. Whatever the fourth one was, nobody voted
uh,
for whatever that
I
was.
can't remember either, to be honest. Which is probably why
Right.
it was number 4.
But whatever it was a good movie. I just don't remember off the top of
Yeah.
my head.
Yeah, Day of the Earth still is pretty much a classic, though I don't know if I like it as much as them. It's a little more cerebral and kind of slower paced. So, but it's still a great movie.
Well, yeah, it is. They're all good. They were all, I thought, in my opinion, I thought they were all good choices.
Actually, that would have been a good choice too, because what's his
Near
face?
Dark. Near Dark. That was the fourth one. The
Oh, that's
vampire
it.
movie.
All right,
And
I
Near
gotta
Dark
go.
is a good movie.
Oh,
Okay. Well, have a good night. I'm ending it right now.
yeah.
Have a good night, everybody. Wherever you
Okay.
are, get a good night's sleep. Drive safe for work tomorrow. And I will see you guys on Gilligan's Island stream tomorrow night with Gorilla, Random Thoughts, and myself. Bye-bye, everybody.
Good.